Oh, turning off mute would be good. Hey guys. Welcome to the stream this morning. Thank you guys for being here. Virtual Echo, hello. We are going to start off by heading out to the lake and we'll do a little bit of fishing. We're not taking this elevator. Yeah, I've been here before. We're not getting on that one. I should have had some more coffee before coming face to face with the elevator boss. David, how's it going? Alright, let's focus up. I'm glad the Voidwalker stands right in us so that our head is inside of his head. That's fine, right? It's not obtrusive at all. I grabbed Leatrix maps. Oh, nice, nice, nice. It automatically set itself up. Oh, cool. Now, is it going to stay over here? Like, if I put it here? Oh, that's so nice. Look at that. Okay, what's it doing here, though? What's the spirit healer? Okay, so it's marking the graveyards. Alright, yeah, this is really cool. I think I'm going to like this a lot. It lets us, you know, we can have the map up a bit, and we can actually see a little bit of what we're doing. Actually helps out a lot. Jason, Mike, good morning, guys. Thanks for stopping by. Ah, I like this. You even get a little bit, it zooms it out a little bit, you get a little view of like the surrounding world. I think that's super cool. Nerdstrong, good morning. Things are good. Antonio, good morning to you. Thanks for being here. We're gonna go do some fishing. Are you ever gonna see me raid, Antonio? Probably not in hardcore. I don't know. I've raided before. I have some Wrath of the Lich King raids up on the channel. A couple of Nax runs. I am not really a big raider. If I was gonna raid, it would probably honestly be mostly in retail. Because I feel like that's the place where like getting the gear would actually matter to me. Whereas for me, Classic is all about the journey. I don't really care about the endgame gear, so. But yeah, one day I'd love to raid someday. In some version of the game, it just hasn't happened. The goals I have haven't really aligned with getting a raid team together and raiding every week. Moseth, good afternoon. Thanks for being here. Be Sad Dog, good morning to you. Antonio, I will never do a Mythic plus 5-man. Yeah, I have problems with Mythic and how it exists. I basically have problems with Mythic and how it exists. Yeah. I hate things that are time trials. I hate things that involve skipping content, like skipping pulls, skipping groups, skipping bosses. And Mythic Plus is all about the time trial and skipping every possible thing you can. So I knew back in Legion that they weren't for me. And it's something that every couple of expansions I jump into a 5-man of any kind and I see that the mentality of people that play 5-mans is like very, very not me, not what I want out of the game. So no, if I did anything at endgame, it would be raids. I'm not ever gonna touch 5-man mythics. Nope. The only way I would touch 5-man mythics is if I had like a really good group of people that I've played with for a long time and we all knew each other and it was cool. But that's not really like how I play, because lots of people can't play during the times that I play, so I mainly have to pug stuff. And in the pug world, there's really nothing more toxic than Mythic Plus. Nerdstrong, I haven't really been thinking about it. Yeah, I kind of stopped thinking about it because what I realized was it's a long way away. And a lot of things are going to happen between now and then. We're going to play the Paladin to 60. This character could live, die, we could re-roll. And so yeah, now when it comes to Horde or Alliance or what class, I just really haven't put a lot of thought into it. Because at this point I don't know. Well, I'll know when we have a release date. Or we're a couple weeks out. Then I'll just make a choice, you know. Right now, anything is on the table. What's been on my mind a lot is a priest. I've been really digging the Night Elf priest. And with how I'm running those playthroughs, like I'm not gonna keep just playing that priest, so I'm not gonna get burned out on it because I'm gonna jump over to some other zones and see some other content for the immersive series. So it's like I won't be playing a priest at the same time if I choose to do it in hardcore. So I've been thinking about a priest a lot, but you know that could change. Yeah, the priest has like a lot of what I like. I love that the priest is a caster that can just stand toe-to-toe with an enemy and just get hit to the face. Like on the mage you have to keep him away from you, right? You gotta get range, you gotta freeze him in place, you gotta slow him down, and that's how you do it on the mage. And then on the warlock you use your pet, and the pet tanks it for you. But on the priest, you just fight it. You know, you pop power word shield, and you fight. And I kind of like that. I also like relying on the wand damage a lot, like as an auto attack caster. I think is really cool. So yeah, the more I've been on the Night Elf priest, I've been like, man, priest is a really powerful class. Our priest died on an elevator. Did not really get a fair shake. Antonio, it's awesome that you think that way, man. I really appreciate that. The biggest problem I have is like I said, whenever I go to pug, if I go to pug and do stuff like that, like that's not people's mentality. It can definitely be the mentality of like a group of people who are just trying to have a good time. I find like so much of the game is not people just trying to have a good time. It's people trying to go fast. Yeah, maybe it would take them if they ever remove the time trial element of it. You know, I would be fine with Mythic Plus, but the time trial is the whole thing about it. That's kind of what it is, right? The whole point is to get the dungeon done quick. Obviously, if you're just trying to help somebody gear up, then you can do it a little bit differently. But that's not going to be my experience, like, overall. Yeah, you know, first I have to be interested enough in a class in retail to get it to endgame. And then I have to figure out, like, what the hell a person does at endgame. Like, every patch is different, you know? And the patches are so good now. But every retail patch is different. In every retail patch, there's a new set of gear. There is a new currency. There are new crests and tokens and items and gizmos. There are new world events so that you don't know what world events are still relevant and which ones aren't. And yeah, there's just every time there's a retail patch, there's so much new, which is great for people who are actively playing the game. If you've been actively playing the game since like Dragonflight launch or maybe since 9.2, then like the game is probably in really great shape for you. But if you're someone like me who's fallen out of it, and you haven't really been in the game since like Legion and BFA, then you jump into a new patch and you have all this stuff going on and you don't know what any of it is. It's not the best experience. So I'm still waiting to have a retail experience where I get a character to endgame and I figure out what the hell I'm supposed to do as a solo player. And if that ever happens, then I would think about doing endgame content, like actual group stuff. Miles, good morning, man. Thanks for being here. I'm super excited about the Mega Dungeon. Yeah, the thing about the Mega Dungeon, I love that. Like a 5-man raid. I've never gotten to do a Mega Dungeon. Now, there haven't been many of them, right? But yeah, I would love more Mega Dungeon and less Mythic Plus. Because that's like really hard 5-man content. I'm all about that. That's what I always wanted Mythic to be. Just really hard 5-man content that you had to take your time, use your CCs, play your class to the best of your ability. But yeah, that's what Mega Dungeons are, I guess. They're really hard 5-man content without the timer. So Didn't they add another currency to the retail? Yeah, I'm sure they did, Miles. That's what I was talking about. It's like they add currencies. They add not even only just currencies, but brand new types of gear. Brand new types of gear, and it's not just the main patches. You know, it's not just 10.1. It's 10.7. It's 10.1.5. You know, every single patch you get new stuff, which is great, but it's not the best when the new stuff is like a new gear and a new token, and it's like, okay, I get a character to endgame, now I gotta Google or look up on Wildhead what shit I need to ignore and what shit I need to actually farm up. I haven't had a good experience yet. I'm gonna get the retail Warlock up to max level eventually, and like I really like the class. I'm having a lot of fun on the Destro Warlock. Just pushing the buttons. So I'll get that character to max level, and then I'll see if I can figure out what the hell a person is supposed to do in the game. Because I haven't yet. You know, I have the Shaman sitting at max level, but I kind of hate enhancement. Somebody was telling me to try Elemental. My problem with the Shaman is like all the procs, right? Every second, you're just waiting for procs. You know, you're just spinning the jackpot wheel, waiting for procs, and then you have to hit the specific button, so what you're doing is so just reactive to what's happening. It's not even like a rotation of abilities that makes sense. So I really, really disliked the enhancement Shaman after a while. The Mega Dungeon is like a big old dungeon with like 8 bosses, and it's supposed to be really hard, Viper. I haven't done one myself. But they've had a few Mega Dungeons now over the past couple expansions, right? We had, I actually can't name them. We had one in Shadowlands that might have been Goblin themed. I don't remember what it was. And then maybe we had a Gnome one. I don't know. We've had a couple of Mega Dungeons. They're like 5-man raids basically, with probably not as many bosses, but yeah, they've been described as like 5-man raids. Yeah, Antonio, what I want is the 5-mans that happened in the first week of Cataclysm when we first got our characters up and we started doing those heroics. And we had to CC like 3 mobs. Everybody had to use their CC. We had a Shaman using Hex like for the first time ever, because we had to CC as many things as possible. Now granted, we jumped into those heroics with like no gear, you know. But yeah, that was some of the funnest like 5-man stuff I've ever done. Is the Cataclysm pre-nerf 5-mans. So good, man. Yep, that's what I want. I want where we look at each pull, and like the first time through it, we have to figure out like what we're going to CC, how we're going to pull it, where we're going to tank it. I want the kill order to matter. You know, I want there to be a kill order. I want it to matter. I don't want like, now it's like you fucking pull 40 enemies, you pull them to a corner, you fire every AoE you have, and the tank does the most damage always, and everything dies. All 40 fucking enemies you pulled. I find that to be the stupidest mode of play for like an MMORPG. You know, that's good for like Diablo or something, but yeah. I like the methodical. If there's gonna be trash and shit, make it hard, make it methodical, make me think about each pull a little bit. Because otherwise the trash is just garbage content that I don't need to be subjected to. Yeah, they were absolutely brutal. Like I said, we had to use every CC. Yeah, David, the classic dungeons are great because like people are mainly okay with you like kind of pulling a little slower, especially if they're like classic era dungeons. It's kind of why I'm looking forward to doing hardcore dungeons eventually, because I feel like that will be the pace I want. The pace where everyone is terrified to get killed is the pace of 5-man that I want. Yeah, Modern WoW was an action RPG, but it's still a tab target game. So it's like, it's hard to have a fulfilling action RPG when it's tab targeting. And it's hard to have a fulfilling MMO when you're killing 40 things at once in a 5-man group. You know, it's like, there's this line and it's like, they're just kind of teetering on the edge of it. The Plastic Nerd, good morning, man. Thanks for being here. Alex, when's the new retail update going live? Probably like 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Which would be like 7 hours after that for you, I guess. Which would be probably in the wee hours of the morning. Let's see, 6. I don't know, maybe you'll get it around 1 a.m. I'm not sure. Whenever the servers come back up, the update will be live. Yeah, Antonio, if I'm ever in a spot where, like, I have, like, either a guild or a good group of people, like, and they don't care that I suck, that's fine, yeah. Absolutely. I would probably only give it a chance under that environment, and I think that would be fun. I think that with, like, a solid, static group of 5 people, even the time trial aspect of it might be fun for me. What makes it toxic is that people have to pug. That's what makes it really toxic, because in a pug situation, you have a couple of guys who really know what they're doing, they're taking it super seriously, and you have a couple people who don't. You know, it reminds me of, like, Heroes of the Storm matches, okay? It fucking reminds me of, like, Heroes of the Storm matches and what League of Legends could possibly be like. I've never played League. Which is that, like, you're trying to do rated stuff, okay? Think about it like that. Like, in a Mythic key, you're trying to push your key forward. In a MOBA, you're trying to push your rating forward. So when you're queuing solo in a MOBA, you're going to get some people who really know what they're doing and they know the map and they understand the objective. And you're going to get some new people. Potentially people who are not as good, who don't really know, especially at the start of a new season ranking. And that's what Mythic Plus reminds me of. It becomes so toxic because those people that are really trying hard to keep their rating up and they're doing their best and they know the maps and they know what to do and they know their class, they get kind of screwed over by the people who don't really know. And it creates a really toxic environment. And that's what I found to be true of, like, pugging Mythics in retail. Oh, Plastic Nerd. Oh, the Pally's fine. Yeah, I didn't pin my comment today. Hold on. For people who just don't know, Pally's fine. He's getting rested XP. He needs a bunch of rested. Let me pin this. Okay, let's do that, and then I will pin that to the top. Yeah, people who, you don't see the stream, you miss a stream for a day and you don't know what's going on, especially because I'm bouncing back and forth between the characters now, so, like, there's really no telling when someone's dead. I totally understand it. I mean to always pin a message about the other character, right? So that no matter what character I jump on, people can see if the other character is alive or dead. I'm gonna come back here really quick and skin this body. What did we get to? We got to 58. Yeah, that's pretty good. How much do we have to cook? Why don't I... What have I been fishing up? Oh no. I've been fishing up brilliant small fish. That's not what I need. Okay. I guess I need to find the recipe for that. Maybe somebody in Brill will have it. Let's, well, you know, we're right by this guy. Let's go get the Lich's spellbook, and then we'll head back to Brill. I will check for a recipe for the fish. Antonio, right now I'm really loving the destruction spec. I did a demonology spec back in Shadowlands on an undead, and the demonology spec was really fun too. I loved having all the imps out and trying to keep, like, the most imps out that I could. But someone recommended I try destruction this time around, and I've really been liking it. Max, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. I should probably just clear these guys. So let's do that. Am I good? Let's buff. We can buff. There we go. Adriac, it's going to be really useful because I'm also doing tailoring, and to make some of the later tailoring stuff, you do need a little bit of leather. And since we're doing solo self-found hardcore, I can't get leather on the auction house, and I can't trade with other players. So, like, I might be able to fish up some leather, and we might find some leather in chests and stuff, but for the sake of making sure I have what I need for tailoring, it always made sense for me to take leather working, and then I can just vendor the stuff I don't need, and the vendoring is just going to give me gold, which is good. Gold is good, it turns out. Microsoft won the case to buy Activision. I had not seen that. I usually wait for Bellular videos to tell me stuff like that. Yeah, I like just listening to him talk about, like, the corporate side of stuff, because he typically knows what he's talking about. It moves closer, yeah. See, moving closer is not it being done, though. It could be still so far from done. It might still never get done. I just kind of like a wait and see to me. I don't think, at least initially, too much is going to change for like the average player of World of Warcraft. So I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about the acquisition, and I don't think it's going to make like huge differences in the game that we play, positive or negative. I think eventually we'll see a couple of cool things. Eventually some bullshit will go down, but I think by and large it's probably just going to be fine, and as an average player you're not going to like really care, you know. Antonio, definitely Torrent, yeah. Absolutely. They're the meatiest, so it only makes sense. I feel like they're lazy with Minecraft, David. I feel like there's so much more cool stuff they could do with Minecraft that they don't. They let modders handle Minecraft and like they let modders handle doing cool stuff in Minecraft. But they've done well by it, but I feel like they're just lazy with it. I watch my son play too much Minecraft. He's always talking about different stuff that Mojang should do. Keep in mind he's 8, so. But I typically agree that they could do a lot more with Minecraft than they do. What they did really good with was the Age of Empires remake. I heard they did really, really good by that. We are just getting like jumped here on this island. All right, let's. Well, you're gonna tick out. You need some dots on you. Zenkai, the Blizzard adventure game they've been teasing? Are we talking about the survival game? I thought it was a survival adventure game. And no, I never get excited for shit that doesn't even have a trailer. No. And even when it has a trailer, I'm not going to get excited for it until it has a release date. Yeah, survival game. Yeah, it's a cool... Like, I like survival games, you know? I'm not very good at them. I liked Valheim. Now, what it has to make sure is that it has to make sure that it doesn't have a boat. Because the boat ended me in Valheim. I can never figure out how to sail the boat because it turns out I don't have any nautical sense. So yeah, as long as the new survival game does not have a realistic boat sailing mechanic wherein I'm supposed to be able to read wind direction and rudder direction and somehow translate that into moving a boat, then I'll probably really enjoy it. Yeah. Because we'd probably be playing some Valheim around here if not for the boat and that. Tweety Bird, the Garlop died one final time and then we never brought him back out, yeah. He's gone. Yeah, I think we're gonna try to put a guild together on the hardcore server when it comes out. And that's going to require 10 people to be online when I'm online, standing in the same place to sign the charter. So if I can get 10 of you guys to be in the game at the same time as me, then sure, we can have a guild. And if I can't, then we absolutely don't need to have a guild. We can just like communicate here or in Discord and stuff. I'm not a good like guild leader, but I would definitely like have the guild and have it be a place where people can chat and hang out and do runs. I'm never going to do like guild leader stuff. Like, I'm not going to figure out your loot problems for you. You got to sort that out yourself. Oh, wait, I should get potions, maybe. Potions? Yeah, I'll probably get some potions. Cool. Do I need... No, I don't. Okay, cool. Let's put this here.
Goodbye.
Nerdstrong, not only could I not figure out the boat, I actually tried to like build a raft and put the raft like farther out. I was trying to use like the boat and the raft to like piggyback to the next like landmass, and then when I started doing that, I went to go build the third raft and I was like, no, no, this is not how we're doing this. And then I just kind of I bounced off of it hard. I worked on it a lot, like off recording, and I even tried to like look at some videos, and I just was never gonna figure it out. If I ever go back to Valheim, we're going to start swimming laps. Like every morning, we're going to swim some laps, and we're going to level up our swimming skill. And then we're just going to be like a master swimmer, and we're never going to use a boat at all. So, and I don't know how viable that is, but that's the plan. If I ever go back to Valheim, we're going to do a boatless run. It's going to basically be impossible, but that's how we're going to do it. I kind of look like Kratos from the new God of War games. No, I don't. I'm hiding most of my face. I don't. Kratos has about 150 pounds on me also, and maybe a couple of feet. I don't know. He's like 8 feet tall. Thank you though. I appreciate it. Let's see. What do I want to do? I guess I want to go back and turn this in. It's like the most boring thing to do right now, but we should probably go do it. I think I need like a thicker everything actually, and then maybe I could get there. Yeah, no. If I put on like 100 pounds of solid muscle, then I would definitely look just like Kratos. Absolutely. Yeah, Viper, letting them actually hit me. Yeah, I remember somebody gave me that tip on the priest too, because I was power word shielding like really early on, and they were like, hey, instead of power word shielding all the time, you should probably let them hit you a bit to get your defense up. Yeah, I need to do that because nothing's been hitting me since we got the Voidwalker. And then yeah, to your point, when something finally does hit me, it's going to be like a crushing blow and we're going to be dead. So, yeah. Joe, thanks for stopping by, man. I hope work goes well for you today. Yeah, we're risking it too many times on the elevator today. It's been up and down and up and down. We'll have to do this, then we have to go talk to the guy and fight something for him, and then we have to come back. So unfortunately, throughout the day, we're going to make a few stops in the Undercity. Being level 11, we probably won't come back, though, until we're level 12, so that we can train. Actually, we have trainers in Brill, don't we? We don't need to come back here to train anyway. Horde versus Alliance, which one is better? I don't know. I spent most of my WoW career being forced to play Horde because my guild played Horde, because the friend that got me into WoW played Horde. So I've kind of always been more partial to the Alliance. Yeah, I just remember like doing the quest in Hillsbrad and having to like murder all the humans. When it was like, just go kill the farmers and peasants, I was like, okay, that's a war crime. So what the fuck are we doing? What about honor and shit? And so, yeah, I kind of like, when it comes to like lore, story, and stuff like that, I'm probably an Alliance person who got stuck on the Horde for like a long time because of no cross-faction guilding. Yeah, I like the Alliance races more than I like any of the Horde races. You know, I love the Tauren because like my first level capped character was a Tauren warrior, so like Tauren will always have a special place in my heart. But you know, realistically, I like every other race on the Alliance side better than the Horde races. You know, Blood Elves were cool. We got Blood Elves, that was awesome. It was a big relief to have Blood Elves. Blood Elves probably let me play on the Horde, like when I might not have been able to keep playing on the Horde despite my guild, because yeah, I didn't really like a lot of the Horde races, especially back in the day when I was younger. When I was younger, I wanted them pretty races. We didn't have any. There should be a vendor for the brilliant small fish recipe close to the mage trainer quarter. I will look, Alex. Let's get this turned in.
Speak quickly, dark lady.
All right, so let's go have a look around. I see there's the cooking trainer over this way. I wonder if maybe they would have it. Viper, I agree. That's a little bit too much. Yeah. Okay, and it's not only that it's too much; it's that it's not really race or class related. If you had like a violent name that was maybe like lore related, or class related, or race related, then maybe that would be okay. But we have to agree that what you typed there is something different. Something different that a lot of people might hear and they might be like, well, I hope you're having the right kinds of conversations with somebody in life. That's what some people might feel. So I can get it. You probably, what happened was like the person whose desk that came across, it triggered them when they saw it, you know? Because a human had to pull the trigger to make you change it. And a person saw that and they were like, no, not on my watch. That's what happened there. Yeah, right. Like I have a little puppy running around, and I would be the person that you would triggered with that. I'd be like, nah, let's just have him change that. It'll be better if he changes it. That would have been me. Ex-chef. Okay, the ex-chef, who is no longer the chef. Rainbow albacore. I don't need rainbow albacore. What's happening? Oh, okay, smoked sagefish. Is that what we got going on? Sickly looking fish. Okay, great. Brilliant. No, we don't have brilliant small fish here. Yeah, cool. Okay. Huh.
Beware the living.
Now I look at an undead rogue and I'm like, that's the kind of guy who will stab you in the back. You know what I mean? I mean, it's pretty obvious. Alex, I didn't find it, man. Oh, look for Lisbeth Cromwell outside the Magic Quarter. Okay, on the docks. So, like, by the docks, you mean like these things? Am I on the docks right now? Outside the Magic Quarter would be this way. Let's have a look over here. Maybe up. Maybe we go up. Awesome. No? Maybe? Lisbeth. This is Eleanor.
You are.
Okay. Not Eleanor.
Lady, watch over you.
What about up here? Thomas. Norman. Yeah, it's like, yeah, they're probably here somewhere. It could be like some random version of the game.
Be quick about it.
Yeah, I could slash target her and see. Lisbeth. Nothing. Oh well, I will get it eventually, I guess. Or we'll just go back to the Barrens and we'll fish there, and that's how we'll level up cooking. It doesn't really matter too much. It's the fishing trainer, Jason? You think it's the fishing trainer that has it here? Yeah, I can do that really quick. I just don't want to spend a lot of time on it. Okay, where's the fishing trainer at? So the fishing trainer is, okay, in the Magic Quarter back by the back docks. Okay. Alright. A dock is a weird way to describe any of this stuff, but we'll figure it out. Blood Moon, good morning. Thanks for stopping by. The small camp of the leatherworkers have it? I thought I visited their vendor, but maybe I didn't check the second page. Okay, what's going on over here? Nothing. That is a fungus vendor, so probably not. Where is this person? Oh, there you are. Here she is, Elizabeth. She's on the dock. Yeah, they literally meant like just a standard dock. Yeah. They didn't mean the bridges, they didn't mean the walkways, they actually meant what it said. Which is that we needed to find the fishing trainer on the docks. A better description would have been like at the fishing trainer on the docks. But they, you know, why would they do that?
What do you require?
Alright, brilliant small fish and the long jaw mud snappers. Increase fishing by 5. That's tempting. It's tempting, but I'm gonna like blow all my money on fishing, which is not really what I'm... Can we fish here? How disgusting is that? We can't fish here, can we? Oh god. Dear lord. What kind of fish are we gonna pull out of this? It's gross, by the way. Old skull. Are we gonna get any fish out of here? I have a feeling we might be able to skill up here, but I have a feeling that maybe just sickly fish? We can get up to 110 here. Nah, I want to get up to 110 somewhere where I can get stuff to cook. Yeah, this is disturbingly bad. Our fish got away, thank God. The fact that it was still moving in there is terrifying.
What do you require?
Let's go ahead and we'll grab the next rank, even though I'm just wasting a bunch of money. And we will get going here. We've got some stuff to do today that does not involve fishing, so let's learn all this stuff. Where is the Hearthstone set? At the Gallows End Tavern. I'm kind of being lazy. Maybe we hearth out. If we hearth out, we avoid the elevator boss again. Am I close to anything I need to be close to? Yeah, we're kind of... Yeah, let's just hearth out. I like to do some cooking and some other stuff. So yeah, we'll do that. I never use the Hearthstone anyway. See, this is why you have to do fishing and cooking, because you can't just do cooking. It would be like such a waste and like so much longer to just do the cooking without the fishing. Because I feel like you get so many skill ups just from the fish. The Plastic Nerd, is this music from Warcraft 3? Yeah, this is an interesting track that they have here in the Gallows End Tavern. I remember the first time I was here long enough for the music to really get going, I was like, whoa, what is this? Yeah, strangely, I don't remember like any music specifically from War 3. Fatty, my profession window looks different because I'm using Leatrix Plus. And in Leatrix Plus, you can come here, you can get an enhanced professions log and enhanced quest log, which we're using. Makes it look a little bit more like the one in retail, I guess. And we also have Leatrix Maps, which is a different add-on that does this. So yeah, that's that. Okay, so this is still not giving us any buffs. We're not getting any buffs yet at all. Okay, I can sell it all. Perfect.
What do you require?
Raw, if you need like quest tracking, you should probably just check out Questie. I think a lot of people use Questie even in retail. Other than Questie, I've never used anything else. It took people a long time to convince me to even use Questie. We got towards the end of my run in Season of Mastery. I think I was like level 55 in Season of Mastery when people convinced me to use Questie to try to find like some of the quests that would actually be at our level instead of just like guessing and wandering around the map. I've never been much of an add-on person, but slowly over time you guys have introduced me to like the right add-ons that have been like enough and that have like not really interfered with my gameplay experience. So that's been good. Okay, that stuff is made. The bad thing is the bolts, so I would like to probably just do a little bit of tailoring to get rid of those. At the same time, how much could I invest in coarse thread? I probably don't want to spend a lot more money, but I'm going to. Over time, Alex is going to get me to turn on like all the little parts of enhancements here in Leatrix, but he's doing it in a really smart way. He's like introducing them to me over time because he knows that I'm reluctant to like use add-ons to begin with.
Be quick about your business.
So it's been really smart. How many of these can I make? 10. I'll just get 10.
Beware, our enemies.
It's good tutorialization. It's like, yeah, don't throw everything at the player all at once. Introduce them to new elements over time. You're like, you're game design theorying me into like using the add-on better, which I appreciate. Darrow-Chen, do you already have a planned class and race for official hardcore? No, everything's up in the air right now. I realized that, like, originally I had a plan, but then we found out that we were going to have the auction house, so we were going to be able to group up and trade. We found out we'd be able to do dungeons more than once. And then that put a lot of classes, that put like every class back on the table for me. So once every class was back on the table, I kind of decided that I wasn't going to decide until we're like a lot closer. Like once we have a release date,
I haven't got all
and once the
that.
release date is like 1 week out, then I will know like a lot more of what I want to do. I've been thinking a lot about a priest. The priest is probably my favorite caster so far, because the priest, you can stand there with power word shield and you can take hits. You don't got to get ranged the way a mage does. You don't have to worry about a pet the way a warlock does.
Goodbye.
But then again, I'm really partial to just melee. Like, the priest is like a melee caster to me, because you let things get in your face and then you kind of wand it down for the last little bit. And so that's really cool. Melee caster is cool, so... But you know, I could just as easily at the last minute go warrior. Which might actually happen. I thought about mage too, Alex. I'm just like too salty still about the last mage and how I got it killed. It's too soon for me. It is too soon, and like ultimately what I end up doing will depend on what we do in the meantime. So yeah, like we got the paladin going. The paladin's going to be the first character to hit 60. We have this character going for now. Now we're level 11 now. If we get level 12, it'll be the highest I've ever had a warlock survive in hardcore. So this character could die at any moment, you know. I don't have a lot of reflexes on this character. I don't know the class very well. So like a lot of what we'll do in the future depends on what I end up doing between now and then. Because we have until September. Probably we have until like the middle of September before we actually have official hardcore. So yeah. I'm like, I have no hype right now because it's like too far off. It's too far off and we have 0 release dates, 0 new info, like... Right now it's all about retail. Like if you're a retail player, you got so much to be hyped about. It must be so good. And it must feel so vindicating for people who like stuck with retail all through the Shadowlands. They got to 9.2 and like 9.2 was actually good. And it must be so vindicating now to be a retail player playing Dragonflight and just playing the shit out of the game. Because there's so much good in it and they add stuff to it all the time. They're always adding things now. But I feel like, as a consequence of that, like we don't get a lot in Classic. When we get an announcement, it's a little bit of information and then we go back to waiting. So yeah, I'm just like, I'm kind of perpetually jealous of people who are like really enjoying their retail experience. So I have yet to really enjoy a retail experience. The Destruction Warlock is going well, but we're still leveling, so you know, that's the easy part. Figuring out the end game and like liking the end game is the hard part for me. Yeah, Nerd Strong, I'm not really interested in like the stories that they're telling, really. Like, that's the thing, is like I see like there's a lot of good gameplay stuff going on. Yeah, the story is like, besides like a few individual stories here and there, I'm not really interested in like the overarching story. I didn't really fall into like being interested in the Black Dragon stuff. The primal elemental people just seem like Disney villains to me, so like that stuff I'm not really interested in. I want to see like if they reveal any more about the Titans and if they reveal any more about stuff like that, but yeah, but I'm mainly talking from just like a pure gameplay point of view. It just seems like there's a lot of good gameplay going on for people who are into that. I don't know if I'll ever like the main plot, A or B plot of WoW ever again. Yeah, I don't know if there will ever be an expansion where like I'm really into the story because of just shit that's happened in recent years and how they've kind of like tweaked, adjusted, changed the lore over time. You know, Shadowlands, like, Shadowlands murdered a bunch of main characters for me that I never want to see them again, but I know they're going to pull them back out anyway. You know, Thrall is on the BlizzCon poster, so that sucks. That means we're going to have to see Thrall again in 11.0, and I don't want to see Thrall ever again. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm probably, like, from, like, a story perspective, I'm probably kind of done. But, like, yeah. A different setting would be good, but unfortunately, man, you're going to be done with the Mist of Dragonlands and you're going to get Pirates of Sea of Thieves for the next expansion. And you're probably not going to be any happier with cartoony Jack Sparrows running around than you are with, like, the dragon stuff, unfortunately. That's kind of what I thought. Is like, yeah, we're probably going to get a pirate expansion next. And, like, every pirate thing since Pirates of the Caribbean has been the same freaking cartoony garbage, so... But that's what's going to happen. Aaron, the only good thing about losing that mage was that it was going to happen eventually anyway. The fact that you lost him now, like, imagine you get him to like level 40 and the PTR shuts down. What's my issue with Thrall? I just hate everything they did to every character in Shadowlands, and I don't think Thrall was ever really a great character. I think Thrall made a lot of really stupid choices when he put Garrosh in charge. When you're going to put somebody in charge of a fucking country, and they look at you and they say, hey, I have some serious issues. I am not the person you want to do this job. You need to take them seriously, even though you want to go off and like learn a new class. You need to take that person really seriously, especially when other people around them are like, hey, dude is short-tempered, quick to anger, not very rational, not the leader the Horde needs right now. The Thrall's character and the way they wrote him, they made him like he's just a fucking idiot. You know, and then he has to kill Garrosh. He comes in and he kill-steals Garrosh, you know. What a dumb way to like have a character progress. Is just have them make the stupidest choices for an entire faction that they helped build. He built the Horde. And then he was like, well, I found my people. I think I want to do this shamanism thing. So, hey, Garrosh, you don't think you can handle it? Your dad was strong and stuff. You got this, man. He's like, no, Thrall, I don't. Thrall, I'm really worried about this. It's not going to work, man. And Thrall just took off. Thrall's a horrible character. He was executed very poorly. And he never got better. That's my thing about Thrall, unfortunately. Leatrix would have been a better choice, yeah, because he'd been around. He would have known like so many things. He had experience. He was clearly able to keep a level head. You could have put anybody in charge. You just can't put a guy in charge who's literally telling you that they can't do it, that they're gonna fuck up. You can't put that guy in charge. And if you put him in charge and he starts effing up, you have to go back and take care of it before it's out of control, before he's summoning dark gods and shit. You gotta take care of it earlier. And then I felt like there was never any payoff with the shamanism line, because look, you know, here we go, back into Shadowlands and dude's just a buff warrior bro again. Maybe that's what he always should have been, I don't know. Luca, I'm liking the Warlock. Yeah, it's you know, I'm not really a big fan of pet classes, but it's been enjoyable. It's been really cathartic and easy, and I'm not paying attention as much as I should because of those things. But and for the official hardcore, I haven't made any plans yet. I'm probably not going to finalize any plans until we're like a week out, and we're thinking that's not going to be till September. So many things could happen between now and then that it's hard to like just make a plan and stick to it. I'd rather just have a plan to make a plan later. That's my plan. We could do the shaman. That's the thing, Marlene, is I don't know. Yeah, we could end up on the shaman. I could as easily end up on a human warrior, you know, or a night elf priest. Yeah. I just don't know right now. It's gonna be so long, you know. We're talking about like 2 months, okay? It's gonna be 60-something days of like other hardcore journeys and other journeys before we get to that point. So yeah, I have a plan to make a plan. But besides that, I have no plans. Yeah, I'm gonna decide, like, I think like a week out I'll know, like, what have I played recently, what am I sick of playing, like, what am I in the mood for. I'll know all that stuff like a week out. Because I could play anything, you know, I feel like I could have fun on basically any class. There are classes that I don't have an interest. I can rule some classes out, okay, I can probably do that. I'm not gonna play a hunter. I'm probably not gonna turn around and like play another warlock. So we can rule the pet classes out for official hardcore. I'm not gonna play a hunter, I'm not gonna play a warlock. And that's really about as far as I can narrow it down. The likelihood of me playing a rogue is abysmal, so we can kind of rule the rogue out. I can almost rule the mage out, almost, but 2 months is a long time, and I really had fun on the mage. So I can't completely. So yeah, I think I can rule out rogue, hunter, warlock. Yeah, Luca, I was thinking about just Shadow Priest because I feel like Shadow would probably be the way to go. The Disc Priest Athos was amazing, but it did get like a really slow kill rate after a while. It did get to be a really slow kill rate. And I think if I go Shadow from the start, but we stick with wand specialization, yeah, we miss out on like the improved power word shield, which is really beefy for Discipline Priest. But I feel like a Shadow Priest would be okay. No, it's, I love the rogue. I'm gonna get a rogue killed so quick, though. I love the rogue, man. The rogue is so much fun. I love, like, how much you can kind of, like, rely on your white swings. You pop the ability that makes you swing faster, and you can just kind of hack away. I think that's, like, really fun. I'm a lazy person, so if I can rely a little bit on my auto attacks, I kind of like that. Now, I'm just worried that with a rogue, I feel like I'd be irresponsible to try a rogue run, because I feel like that's the class I'm certainly going to get killed. It doesn't have heavy armor. It doesn't have pets. It doesn't have heals. At 20, you get Vanish, so if you could live to level 20, then, like, there's a chance, you know? Yeah, Luca, the Disc Priest kill time and Paladin kill time is probably very similar. You have a point. And at least with the Disc Priest, like, you're never gonna run out of mana if you took Spirit Tap. But we'll do different things, you know, like, if I do a Priest, basically you can be assured that, like, whatever I do, we're gonna see multiple specs of it throughout the run. I'm not really a person that just picks, like, the optimum spec and sticks to it. What'll happen is I'll pick a spec that I think is fun to start. After a while, we'll get kind of sick of it, and we'll do something else. My puppy is crying at me. I'm gonna see if he wants to come up into my lap really quick. 1 second. He's very undecided. Yeah, I think being able to do more dungeons could be really good. That's kind of why I thought about going Priest to begin with, because at least as a Priest, even if I spec Shadow, we're going to be able to heal 5-mans, you know? It's not going to be a problem to heal 5-mans. So yeah, that's kind of why I was thinking Priest. I kind of want to be able to heal or tank. I don't know, like... I don't know how comfortable I am being in a position where I can't do anything to save myself. And I feel like a lot of DPS classes are just kind of at the mercy of their tanks and healers in 5-mans. And I don't know if I want to put myself in that spot. So, yeah. Unfortunately, like the puppy, the only spot that the puppy will sleep in my office is in my lap. That I don't feel comfortable having what will essentially be a crotch camera pointed at my lap if I had a puppy cam. I've thought about it. I was like, nah, he mainly just hangs out in my lap. I tried to make like a chair bed for him at one point. I had an extra chair that I kind of put like his little bed in, but ultimately he's a lap dog, so he keeps coming back to my lap whenever he's in here. Buffs? It's a buff-free run. Yeah, we're not doing any buffs. No, I'm bad at keeping them up. I always think like, man, a half hour is such a long time. I don't have to think about that ever again. Another thing that keeps happening is I have some combat text that should be popping off when my auras fade. I don't know if I'm just not noticing it or if it keeps getting turned off. Chances are that I'm just not noticing it. The Plastic Nerd like television series? Nah, I can't recommend any TV series right now. If you want some quality like fantasy entertainment, go read Brandon Sanderson's Cosmere books and start with the first Mistborn trilogy. What I've realized about like TV shows is that for me at least, being someone who like really enjoys reading, a TV show or a movie is never going to tell like a complete coherent story that I enjoy. Because TV shows and movies are like at the mercy of actors and actresses and directors and writers and money and advertising and all this other shit. And so like even if there is a story in somebody's head, and video games are the same nowadays, even if there's a story in somebody's head, it's not going to get told. The story that gets told in movies and TVs is the stories that get told out of necessity and limitations of the show or movie. Whereas you read a book series, it's in the head of one guy, the guy gets to execute on it with a little bit of interference from an editor, and he gets to tell a whole story if he has enough tenacity to stick with it. Whereas, you know, a TV show, you know, the actor's gonna leave, they're gonna get sick of the show, there's gonna be political shit going on where they lose people, and then like the show gets shaped and the story gets shaped by so many things that don't have anything to do with creating a story. And I realize I hate watching stories that are shaped by like things that have nothing to do with crafting a story. So I've kind of dropped most TV at this point. Yep. I've dropped most TV at this point. Yeah, try Plastic Nerd, try audiobooks, man. I listened to some stuff on Audible for a while when I was in a spot where I wanted to consume books, but I couldn't find the time or piece to read. I listened to stuff on Audible, and that kind of helped me get back into a groove where now I can read. Now that I found the time. But yeah, I just like, I refuse to engage with stories that are never going to be completed. You know, shit like The Mandalorian, Last of Us, all this garbage. I'm jaded to it. You could tell I'm just like super jaded to it. If I'm gonna spend my time consuming a story, I want it to be a story that's gonna be complete. I want it to be a trilogy of books that's like beginning to end, it's done, the dude wrote it, he tells the story. I don't want to wait and see if Pedro what's-his-name is gonna come back for another season, or I don't want to have to care what Henry Cavill is doing, like on the set of Superman. Like I don't want to have to give a shit about any of that stuff to absorb like a good story with good characters, and you know. But that's what it is these days. That's what it is these days. Wendy, thanks for being here, though. I appreciate it. I hope everything goes well at the doctor's. A nerd struck, I think that's probably true for like some people who play the rogue. I just know that like I'm a spaz and I'm gonna get him killed. Yeah, like sprinting away, I like the idea of being able to like sprint away. You get that pretty early. Once you get Vanish, I feel like you're in a really good spot. I just question like, am I gonna live long enough to get Vanish? I don't know. And then I think, ooh, what was that? A reload reminder. I don't want that. I don't know what that is. I've never had this pop up before, and I don't want to do it. This has to be like, oh, what is this? What is this a part of? I don't even know what this is. Close. I will close it. We'll reload never. This sounds better to me. In the back of my mind somewhere, I do realize that we're done fighting these guys, but as so often happens, I kind of get caught up just fighting, especially when we're chatting about stuff. There's a rare spawn hanging out around here. Oh. Yeah, I don't think we've seen him yet. He's not up right now. We could head out. We could head back this way to get the vicious nightweb spider venom. I think I kind of just want to I kind of want to grind out level 12 here though. Let's do that. Let's grind out level 12 and then maybe we'll head back to Brill and we'll train level 12. That would probably be a good idea before we take on anybody else. Oh, I'd muted. Oh, that's fine. I was just wondering, so is that going to pop up every time I level, or why did I get that from the hardcore add-on now? Like, why now? I get that it flipped the switch on, but like, what triggered it to tell me to reload? What did I do that it was like, oh yeah, hey, good time to reload, buddy? I would see if it did it when we dinged, but I just don't understand what could have possibly triggered it to do that. Let's see if we can turn it off then. Interface, add-ons, hardcore. Show reload reminder. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I just wonder, like, why did it want me to reload? If it's something about, like, it has to save my progress, it would make sense for me for it to do that, like, when I hit level, like, when I ding. You get it about every hour or so. Okay, yeah, probably something to turn off then. Although that might be a good demarcation of time for me if I knew, like, every time I saw that an hour had passed, could be good. Tim, thanks for being here, man. Absolutely, lurking is great. And I appreciate those that do. My puppy is trying to sleep in my lap, but he's in a position that makes my posture very difficult to maintain. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a minute here to, like, right him. Because he's making my sitting life much harder than he's super comfy, he's, like, passed out. The problem is, like, he doesn't quite fit in my lap the way he wants to because he's getting bigger and bigger. But I do have to fix him here. Let me zoom out so I can be relatively safe. All right, I think we've reached an accord. We seem to be in a better spot now. He's comfy, and I'm not being interfered with in the way that I'm sitting. So we should be good. What sucks is when you get into a spot like that, you don't realize, like, how much tension you're building up in your back, and you stay in that kind of spot for a long time. Could have been painful for me later. Yeah, Blood Moon, he hasn't quite outgrown it. It's just like there's a certain way he has to lay, and, like, yeah, he will, I think, outgrow my lap here. Just because I don't think he's gonna have enough clearance between, like, me and the desk. I think he's gonna, like, run out of clearance. So he'll probably still figure something out though. Like, he'll find a way to fit. Apparently he's super attached to me. We got him when he was super young. We got him when he was like 5 weeks. Typically you don't take a dog home till it's 8 weeks, but the people who, like, had the puppies, they didn't want to care about them anymore, so they were like, come get your puppy. He's 5 weeks old. And so he's, like, pretty much super attached to us. We got another guy here. Let's put some dots on him. Cooking while it's 90 degrees outside? Yeah, you don't want to do that inside. I feel like if it's 90 degrees, try to cook outside on like a grill or something. Alright, level 12. Perfect. Let's head back to Brill. Yeah, I think I want to... you know, we're right here. I think I want to train first. Let's go train. I'm not in a big hurry. And yeah, we have to keep going and improve corruption. So I think we'll probably mainly be going down the affliction tree, especially just to start things off. All of these talents are much more interesting to me than any talents anywhere else. Yeah, we try to cook out on the grill when it's like super hot. The kitchen doesn't have like very great ventilation, unfortunately. So anytime we cook inside when it's like hot out, it's gonna raise the temperature by like 10 degrees in the house. So if we get the house to be like a nice, comfortable like 74 degrees, it's gonna be like 84 degrees by the time we're done cooking, which is like not okay, because then it takes like 2 hours to cool the house off. Yep, when it doesn't cool off at night, it makes life pretty disgusting. And I know like a lot of people around the country right now are feeling very, very hot like, all the time. Yep. Oh, if you can, you should always grill outside. That being said, not everybody can, you know. But if you can, it's a good idea. It's still hot outside. You still have to find like a shady spot to have the grill, because you can't just be like baking. Then you're baking yourself in the sun. It's like, what do I want to do? Do I want to heat up the house and have like a higher energy cost, or do I want to go outside and literally melt?
What now?
What is it?
And you are. Trust no one.
Yeah, every time I look at the heat map of the country, it's like everywhere is basically melting. We have it kind of good here in Michigan. We always kind of get protected by some stuff, like the lakes kind of help us. So we've had some hot days recently, but we've also had some days where it has been a little bit more mild. And I really, really appreciate those days. Like yesterday was super hot, today's gonna be pretty hot, but tomorrow is gonna be like a very mild day. So at least here there are those days when like you might have a couple days where you literally don't want to go outside for more than 5 minutes, but then you'll get a day where it is okay to go outside for more than 5 minutes. Max, you don't have AC in your apartment in Chicago? Shit, man, I'm sorry.
What is it?
I've been there. You know, there have been times when we have not had AC. I remember I spent 2 weeks in Missouri in the middle of summer without AC. And it was effing bad. Yeah, it was bad. My son was only like 2 years old at the time, so he was like super little, and
Embrace the shadow.
it was a shit show. You buff. I can't buff anybody. I'm like so sad. I can't give anybody any useful buffs. Well, training. We're here to train. Okay, I'm gonna focus up just a little bit. Stop running back and forth. Let's sell first. Let's sell, and then we'll go up.
Hello.
We really don't have a lot to sell, unfortunately. Let's make some more bandages. Let's do this. Because I do kind of need to skill this up. I don't really feel like it's okay on the Warlock to forget about first aid, even though we're trying to do tailoring as well. Plastic Nerd, I think like the only one I can think of is in Silverpine. I know there's a quest in Silverpine. There might be 2 different quests in Silverpine that give us a wand. So like eventually I know for sure we'll get one. I just don't think it's going to be for a little while. Eventually we need to head back over to the Durator side of things. We should probably, maybe we should do that soon after maybe we do notched ribs here. Let's knock out like the level 8 stuff. and then we'll kind of go from there. Do we need milk or water? Let's grab a little bit of milk. I need to save on space here.
Dark Lady, watch over you.
Yeah, there are vendor wands, but they don't start till level 15, I think I was told. Okay, let's see. Let's go fight these guys over here. And, you know, we have all this stuff up here, but there's so much to do up here. Like, coming up here just to do the level 8 feels bad. If I go up into this area, we have to do everything we have, which involves finding some named guys. And I don't know if we're ready for that. We're not ready for it because I still haven't trained, so we're definitely not ready. What level are we? We are level 12. We could gain a few levels before we lose the level 8 quests. So maybe we'll be okay to ignore that one for now.
Hello.
Curse of Weakness feels like a waste of money. Health Funnel, fine. Shadow Bolt rank 3, fine. Okay.
What now? Beware, our enemies abound.
Oh, it's for the imp. Okay, that's gross. I would not have bought that. If I was actually paying attention, I probably would not have wasted the silver on that right now. But I was not paying attention at all. I thought phase shift. Maybe that's a Void Walker thing. That sounds Void Walker-y. Okay, so let's go take care of this one. All the way out here to the west. And then we may or may not get some items from up this way. We can probably come up here and not go after the name guys, and if we see the name guys, we can fight them. If we don't, we can wait. We don't have to hunt them out right now, I guess, if we don't want to. I would like to get the level 8 stuff done. And then we can jump back over to Duratar. We have level 7, level 8 stuff here. And probably a bunch of other stuff to pick up also. Let's stop by the tailoring trainer and see if there are any new patterns we can pick up.
I haven't got all day.
And you are...
There are, but like I don't have the money, right? This is what's gonna make us broke, is if I just come in here and I start learning all this stuff. It'd be really nice to have, you know, a robe with some intellect on it. Maybe I grab this. That's about all we can do.
Victory for Sylvanus.
Yep, we're gonna make this soon. What do we need for this? Oh, we can make. Oh, I didn't realize how early we can make these. Okay, well that's really cool. I will get some linen. We'll be fighting humans over here. We'll be fighting undead up here, so we should get a fair amount of linen from the next couple of quests we do. Yep, Pally's fine. I have a pinned comment, but nobody sees the pinned comment. Nobody sees it. It's just hanging out at the top of chat. I tried. I tried to do the good YouTube thing, but I've already seen a couple people asking about it. At this point, I just kind of ignore the questions, usually let somebody else handle it, or eventually you see the comment. So if I don't handle it that way, then I'll answer that same question all day long. And like also the way I split the playlist up, like if you ever really want to know like what's going on with the Paladin, check the last VOD. I'm never gonna have a VOD where like part of the VOD is me dying on a character and then we get on the Warlock immediately. You know what I mean? Like there would be no way, like if you see me on the Warlock, I've been playing the Warlock that day. If you see me on the Paladin, I've been playing the Paladin that day. Like you didn't miss anything that day where the other character died. Because yeah, I keep them separated for their playlist so that we'll never be on both characters in one stream essentially. I feel like we should just clear our way through here. These guys are low level, but there are lots of them. Yeah, I mean, besides the comment, there's not a lot that I'm gonna do. I had it in the episode title the very first day that I started the Warlock, and that was okay, but eventually folks will figure it out. I apologize for any anxiety that is caused while people figure it out. But I've done what I can. I don't need these guys. There's not really... I could have taken the road, I guess. I didn't need to cut through the farm. I could have taken the road back here. Except last stream? No? I'm not sure what we're talking about there. There has not been a stream where I have started on one character and then logged in and played on the other. There was a stream where I ended the Paladin and we created the Warlock. I did do character creation on the Warlock at the end of the Paladin stream. That's true. But we didn't play on the Warlock in that stream. Is running two characters the way to go with rested XP? Yeah, I feel like it is. I don't want to play the Paladin in the level 40s without rested XP, because so much of your experience at that level is coming from kills that you should just be getting 200% all the time. And if you're not getting 200%, you should probably play something else. It's just like I could push and push and push without rested XP, but it's going to make the journey literally like a third longer than it needs to be. So yeah, I think it's more important once you get into the level 30s and 40s that you have rested. I kind of wish it had been a thing I'd thought about doing when we were in the level 30s, when the quest drought and the content drought at our level wasn't as bad. I would have liked to get some rested then and kind of start that trend going. So yeah, if I could go back in time, I probably would have rolled up a Horde character around like level 35. And I probably wouldn't have waited as long as I did to get another character going. Alright, we're looking for just Scarlet Warriors. It says that they're all over the place, and it does seem to be the case. There is another player back here. Another Warlock, level 8. Yeah, Alex, you started early. That is a very methodical way to do it. I feel like there's always like the trade-off, right? A part of me says, you know, focus one character, get them to level faster. The other part of me says, yeah, we could do that, like, in real time it'll be faster, but in play time it's going to be a lot longer for that character. So yeah, and I still don't know. I think we'll probably be pretty lucky. I think by the time the hardcore servers come out, let's say this character lives somehow. We should be in that level 40 range on this character by then, and the Paladin should be level 60. So that's kind of would be the ideal thing, to like get a character into the 30s or 40s by the time the official servers come out, so we can have the official server hardcore, and then we can have the solo self-found character still going on Bloodsail Buccaneers. My wife couldn't find the puppy. He is still in my lap. He used to come down every day and come down every morning with me. But my schedule's been a little different, so I'm not often down here now during his morning nap time. This is kind of a weird, like, middle afternoon nap for him. He must have had some outside time. Yeah, I think once we, you know, once we have life drain, then I'll probably be popping life tap a lot more. Once I can just drain the HP back. That's gonna be a good time. Alex, you say that, but remember, I got a level 7 Warlock killed and a level 11 Warlock killed immediately after that. So, like, I think, like, for people who are good at pet classes, then it could probably live forever. But for somebody like me, who is often inattentive and I'm used to being able to take some hits. You know, I'm used to my character being able to take some hits. And that's not what's gonna happen if I ever get to a point where we're taking hits on this character. It's not gonna be escaping the way I would escape on the Paladin. And I don't know yet how I escape on this character, because we haven't gotten into a really bad spot for it to come up. But eventually we will. Eventually something's gonna happen, and I'm gonna have to disengage from 3 or 4 enemies, and I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that without getting killed instantly. So yeah, hey, yeah, Tim, yes, we did. We hit level 12, so this is the highest I've gotten a Warlock in hardcore. We are already there at that point. All right, let's head up here into the Agamemnon Mills area. We'll mainly focus on the items we need. If we happen to come across any of the Agamemnons, we will kill them. It might be hard to get them because, like, you know, doing quests with named guys is hard because we can't group up. The good thing is it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday, and there just really aren't a lot of people here in the Forsaken area. So we might be able to find them. It could be easy. Hit fear and run. Yeah, fair. Yeah, hit fear. You know what happens with me with fear? Is I hit fear and I pick a direction to run in, and then all the enemies are running the same way. It'll be the way that I cleared for myself. And then I'll fear them and they'll run that way. And they run faster than you. So that by the time the fear runs out, they're ahead of you on your planned escape route, and then they start hitting you again. That's why I can't really absolutely rely on that. You know, I mean, it's a good start, right? Pop fear, pick a direction, run, hope that the mobs don't run with you. Or hope that you have multiple outs so that if a mob's running with you, you can, like, divert. But that isn't often what happens to me when I fear stuff. Super Murloc, I have no clue, man. I do have a clue. We can speculate that it's probably not going to be till, like, September. 2nd week of September, maybe. It's not going to be July. And if it's going to be August, we'll hear about it in a couple weeks. But I don't think it's going to be August. Run out of the zone. Yeah, run for the hills, basically, is all we can do at that point. Lost Soul. Okay, you are a rare. We could probably take you. I don't see why not. I should have mana tapped before I did that. That was kind of wasted. 2-minute cooldown on Cannibalize. I guess I didn't really realize that. Drain Life's gonna make this class amazing. Yeah. Absolutely. Nissa's gonna be inside this house, isn't she? That shouldn't be too hard to clear it. Well, that's not really the pull I wanted, right? It's the pull I got. It's the pull I got. It looks like we're fine. Drain Soul has shadow damage? Yeah, that's true. I probably should grab a soul shard. At least. Like, oh, inventory full. Oh, good. Perfect. Awesome. Oh, the inventory. You know, I should have prioritized maybe making that bag. I don't have any coarse thread, so I can't do it now. But yeah, when we get back to town, we'll definitely make a bag. Mr. Jackpots, you started your first hunter in classic era? I'm glad that you're liking it. I had a lot of fun on the last hunter we did. I just don't know if I'd ever roll a hunter again in hardcore. I love learning about how the pet abilities work in classic era because it's obviously so different than retail or any other era of the game that I ever played a hunter on. Pretty sure this guy beat us to Thurman. Yeah, there he is. That's okay. We'll stick around here. We'll hunt down the rest of the soldiers we need for the cracked ribs, and we'll check back here. Okay. SB, it sounds like you need to roll a clothy. I love it when Questie just doesn't keep up with reality. That's always fun. There we go. Okay. It couldn't keep up while we were in combat, apparently. Alright, this is another great time to use our Hearthstone. Let's go ahead and get back to the Gallows End Tavern. We'll turn everything in, and then I'm pretty sure we're going to go over to Durotar. Because we have some level 7 stuff over there to take care of.
I am forsaken. Our time will come.
Hello? Embrace
I haven't
the
got all
shadow.
day.
So this will help us a little bit with our inventory issues. Do we want to do anything else? Yes, we want to make this as well.
Our time will come. What is it? Embrace the shadow.
What would you ask of death? Embrace the shadow. What now? Trust no one.
And now he has this level 7 quest. Where did this come from, and why did he just have it now? Was this like a reputation thing? I would have loved to have done this already. We can do it before we leave. It's right over here. It's just kind of weird how we just now are picking that up at level 12. I don't think it was there before.
This had better be good. Trust no one.
Henrik, any parenting pet peeves? I don't know.
This had better be good.
Probably. If I'd have to get triggered by something to tell you if it was a pet peeve or not.
Remember, patience.
You also could mean, do I have any like pet peeves that I see other parents doing that I find annoying? No, absolutely not. I basically ignore how people like, treat their kids. It's none of my business. Red Robin, yeah, we are probably going to go Affliction, yeah. I found every single talent in Demonology kind of boring. And I found quite a few in Affliction that were decent. Let's go return the book, and then we'll do... I should have probably already taken care of this. Yeah, let's go do that. Apparently I was ready to zone hop a little bit too soon. We still have some things we need to wrap up here before we think about leaving.
What is it? Beware the living.
I didn't pick up the candle. Or whatever it is we need. Riku, I notate candle. Absolutely. I like that. Alright, now we'll head over and we'll kill some of the Scarlet guys, looking for 10 of their insignia rings. After that, we'll go to the Undercity. We'll turn that in. Actually, we have a kill quest too, so 2 quests here. Captain Perrine, he's gonna be over here also. Zealots and Missionaries, I think we should be able to find both of those over here. I don't think we should have to, we have some up here, but I don't think we have to go that way.
What now?
So we picked up another item that'll be very helpful. Slumber Sand puts the enemy to sleep for up to 20 seconds. So now we have the really sticky glue, which renders them unable to move, and we have the Slumber Sand. Those are two pretty big, like, get out of jail free cards. I wonder if they share a cooldown. Do they share just like an overall item cooldown with potions and stuff?
Goodbye.
Ada, good afternoon. Joe, how's it going? The rare spawn bat. Yeah, I don't think I've seen him yet. He'll probably get me. I could see that happening. Tactical, good afternoon, man. Yeah, we'll check it out whenever we use one. Next time we use a potion, we'll be able to see if it shares like the potion cooldown, or maybe they share a cooldown with each other. We will find out. It seems like it'd be overpowered for us to like sleep one guy and sticky glue another guy. So I do have to assume that they share some kind of cooldown. Because that seems like it would be too much. Too much power for utility items to have at that point. Clint, you're talking about the Naga cave on the Paladin. Yeah, nobody liked that I was in there. The real thing that happened is that like I was almost ready just to be done with the stream 2 hours in. And then I thought, well, the only way I'm staying on this character without rested XP is if I'm actually doing a quest. And then I thought, you know what, all of our quests right now are just really hard to do. None of them are safe. We're probably not going to have a lot of safe quests at all going forward, and I thought, you know, I might as well try this cave. Once we got in there and I remembered, like, the enemies, they don't have a lot of, like, aggro radius. So you could fight them standing really close to each other, and they didn't really care. The fact that we were able to pull one of Lord Shishomaru's ads without him pulling was, like, enormous. So yeah, it was probably people didn't want me to be in the cave, and I get it. But sometimes I have to go into a cave because we're running out of stuff to do. Now that dog gets to stay. Tactical, yeah. He's the only one, but he gets to stay. Yeah, the misses on execute. Yeah, basically you can't trust execute to finish them when they're running away. Because if you're counting on execute to finish them when they're running away, that's when it's gonna miss. That's basically what I've learned. Let's see, there's the captain and his guard. Let's go. Yeah, Alex, it would be better. Yeah, if the execute was instant, at least then you would know right away. But as it is, it gives them another second to run. When, you know, we could stun them, we could judge them. There's a couple of other things we can do, and I don't really like relying on the execute like that. It's bad to rely on it for runners. It has to be treated like if it kills them, great, but it can't be the idea that that's going to stop somebody from getting to another enemy, because it's not going to happen. When you need it most, it's going to fail. In Wrath, it went to an instant cast. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, in Wrath, I mean, you can use Exorcism on everything. So yeah, lots of changes. Lots of Paladin changes to make their buttons feel better to push. Yeah, I feel like doing stuff like that every once in a while, like going into caves, it's entertaining, right? It's entertaining for me, too, to be in a spot where, like, we're not just mindlessly grinding, you know, trying to grind levels. It's like, whenever there's a little bit of danger involved, it's a little bit more interesting. It's definitely fun for me to be in a spot like that, knowing that it's going to be a challenge, that it could go badly. Like, I have fun with it. I never get really overly concerned. You know, I try to do my best to stay alive, but I never get, like, overly worried. Even in spots where I probably should be. I'm gonna let this person deal with the guys up here. We're gonna go out into the fields and deal with the guys out here. That's right, Clint. We could tap them with that other seal to make sure they don't run away. I should have always probably practiced doing more of that. But it was something that I started to get into the habit of, like, early on. And then eventually I just completely forgot about it, gave up on it, never did it. I should pull that back out to my bar and kind of, like, reinvest myself in that thought. The problem is, like, you have to anticipate the run, right? Because you have to get the seal up. And then you have to judge it before they run. So that involves, like, managing your judgment cooldown to make sure that, like, judgment is not going to be on cooldown when you need it. So it takes a little bit of forethought, which I'm typically bad at, but I should make more of an effort to try to learn to do that more. So we started with it early on and then just kind of stopped. Tactical mechanical mobs are immune to the taunt. Yeah, I would never have known that. Thank you for that. Never would have thought about it. Antonio, the highest level in hardcore is, yeah, it's the Paladin at level 45. Every level on the Paladin is our highest hardcore level. Steven the Paladin's not dead, but yeah, what I've learned though is that pinned comments in YouTube chat are useless. Pinned comments are for fools. Hopeful fools that for some reason think that in a chat, like, anybody's gonna look up at the top. Like, no one's gonna look up at the top. We're all looking down at the bottom for the next thing to be said. Why would the pinned comment be up at the top? It's not a good place for visibility. Clint, I had it in the title of the video on the first day we did the Warlock, and people still came in and asked. Because unless I put it in the first 25 characters of the title, like, people aren't going to see it in the condensed title that YouTube shows you only a little bit of the title. And if I put it in the front of the title, it's just going to be weird. It's like, it's weird to title something that way. Like, the first line, "The Paladin is fine, Warlock, episode 3. I felt like, yeah, I could put it in the title, but after that first episode, I feel like it's just weird for anybody who's just, like, checking out the stream who doesn't care about the Paladin. So I just let people figure it out on their own, you know. I'm gonna pin the comment every day, no matter what character we're on. I will pin the comment that the other character is fine, and people will either see it or they won't. Not much more I'm willing to do about it. Yeah, it's a running joke, but, like, I think it's going to be one of those running jokes that gets, like, really unfunny. One of those jokes that, like, it goes on and on and on, but it wasn't, you know, it's just not funny. It might be like that, which becomes, that kind of joke circles all the way back around to being funny again, you know? So it'll probably get there. What do I enjoy about the Paladin gameplay, Antonio? I enjoy not dying. Yeah, to be fair and to be honest, it's not a very exciting class to play hundreds and hundreds of hours of. I would much rather be kicking ass on a warrior, but if I was on a warrior, we'd be dead. So the thing I like about the Paladin is that we have like 17 bubbles, we have big heals, we have lay on hands. It's just the get out of jail free cards. You know, it's basically just for the heavy armor, the survivability. Because yeah, the rotation, like, you know, it's not super exciting. Now that being said, a lot of classic era rotations are not super exciting. And yeah, as a pally, you don't deal big damage. You don't even do, like, big damage the way, like, an arms warrior can eventually get, like, lots of crits going with a good weapon. Yeah, there's lots of detracting things about the class. You know, it's obviously very weapon dependent. We haven't had a good weapon in a long time. James, have I been enjoying my time on my Dragonflight Warlock? Yeah, absolutely. I am having a lot of fun on that character. The buttons are all very fun to press. The great thing about it is that it actually feels like a WoW class. Which, like, the Evoker, I didn't really like how the Evoker felt. I could never really wrap my head around if I was doing the right things, pushing the right buttons at the right times, holding the buttons down for the right amount of time. And the Shaman, I just kind of got sick of the Shaman and all the procs. It was all light up, flash, woohoo, bang, bang, press this button, press that button, react, press this button, press that button. No, you didn't press that button. I kind of hate that style of gameplay. I wish I'd have thought more about, like, what that class would be like before I leveled it, because, yeah. And then I jumped on my Paladin in retail for a bit, and, like, the Paladin feels okay, but it's just kind of really boring to me. I don't know why. So yeah, I'm gonna try to get the Warlock to max level. And see if I can do any endgame stuff in Dragonflight on the Warlock. Jason, I treat the 5-minute buff like a combat buff, like a battle shout. I don't even bother trying to keep it up all the time. Just try to pop it in combat. In my opinion, a 5-minute buff is not one that I should be trying to keep 100% uptime on. If I'm not in combat, it doesn't need to be up. Oh, we're done with the quest. Yep. Once we get these turned in, that'll be the last of the lower level stuff that we have to do here, and we can take ourselves back over to Durotar for a little bit of a change of pace. Have I tried going full healer class and do the dungeons? We had our priest for a while before the priest died. But we didn't do any dungeons on the priest. The only dungeons we did were, we did dungeons on the druid. And I feel like we did dungeons on like one other character. We might have done like a Wailing Caverns run. We have done very, very few dungeons in hardcore. And I think a couple of them, we did Wailing Caverns and we did Ragefire Chasm on the druid. That's all I can like for sure remember. And we tanked those. That's kind of why I wouldn't mind doing a priest, because I'd probably spec a priest shadow, but we would be more than capable of healing the 5-mans. It's not going to be a problem to be like a priest as a shadow spec, throw in some heals. Whereas on a ret pally, I don't think on a ret pally I could heal a dungeon, and I don't know if I could even tank a dungeon as a ret pally. But as a shadow priest, I know that we can heal. So that's kind of what's pulling me towards the priest. I have a lot of fun with the gameplay of the priest, and the rotation is fun. I like wanding stuff down while it's just trying to beat on me through a bubble that it can't get through. Discipline would be the best for survivability, but I've leveled the discipline priest like all the way to level 50 back in the day when Classic first kind of came out. And what I know about leveling discipline is by level 30, 40, it's going to be insanely effing boring, and I'm not going to stick with it. So yeah, so the good thing about me is like I'm fine trying different specs. So like we might do Shadow for a while, we might try Discipline for a while, we can do different stuff. There will probably never be a character that I play that I only experiment with one spec. I'm never going to look up a guide and say this is it, this is the spec I'm doing, and we're not going to experiment. That's never going to happen.
I am forsaken.
Even on this character, if we live long enough, we'll try Demonology, you know, we'll try different stuff. Because ultimately, no matter what the rotation is, you're going to get bored of it when you do it for 300 hours.
Farewell.
It's just what's going to happen.
Speak quickly.
Now, I feel like what I do on the priest right away is you go 5 points in Spirit Tap, and then you go 5 points in Wands, and then you probably just go back into Shadow. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do 5 points in Spirit Tap, I'm going to then grab 5 points in Wands, and then I'll be back in the Shadow Tree.
Watch your back.
For all of the Shadow damage goodness. And if that starts to suck, if we're getting our ass beat, and we need a buffer power word shield to survive, then we'll go into Discipline and try a Discipline spec. Alright, yes, we are basically done here. You know, we have Prodigal Lich returns as level 12. I don't really have to run into Undercity and do this right now. We're gonna miss the Zeppelin anyway. Snap. Okay, yeah, the Zepp's rolling out. The Zepp is rolling out. Maybe I do go turn this in. And maybe by the time we come back out, the Zeppelin's back. I don't know. We're probably gonna, now that we missed it once, we're probably gonna keep missing it. We're probably gonna be like on rotation with it as we head back out of the city. Shadow feels weak before Shadow form. I feel like there's some good stuff in the Shadow Tree though early on, like you can take the increased chance to hit so your Shadow spells aren't being resisted or whatever. And then isn't there like a life drain improvement we can spec into in like the 3rd tier? I'm sure it does like a little bit less damage than it will eventually do with Shadow form, but it does a lot. It does more damage than Discipline. Discipline is definitely like a low damage rotation. And yeah, and I don't know what I'm gonna do next, guys. I talked about it earlier. Is that we have so much time before the official hardcore servers come out. We have potentially up to 2 months of time, and between now and then, we're gonna play lots of WoW. So I'll kind of have to assess how I feel when we're closer to the date. The only classes that I'm not considering, I'm not going to play a hunter, I'm not going to do another warlock, and I'm probably not going to do a rogue. So I'm ruling stuff out, but I'm not making any plans on anything specific. We're not getting on that elevator. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna wait for that one. Con Senior, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. A mage for the free food? Yeah, the free food and water is nice, but it's like, it's not the best water you can get after 5 levels in, so... Like, every 5 levels, you can get better water from the vendor, and then your mage water just kind of sucks for 5 levels. And that 5 levels, like, it isn't a big deal immediately, but over time it kind of becomes a big deal. I remember on the mage, like, I feel like I still bought water, because the water I could buy was better than what I could make. Yeah, yeah, that's why the mage is not ruled out. Yeah, I haven't really ruled out the mage, because right now I'm still kind of salty about how the last mage died, so like I'm not ready for a mage yet, but in 2 more months I might be. It's really hard to say. Yeah, the mage died under unfortunate circumstances. You know, when I was doing the pre-recordings, it's a lot easier to like get into your own head. And just like, if you're having a bad day, you should not play hardcore. Because you're going to carry your bad day with you. And when you're having a bad time, like you're having a rough day, like hardcore is just not the place to be. Because you're going to make choices based on how you feel. And they're going to be the wrong choices. And that's kind of what happened to the mage. So yeah, I have super regret for the mage. Then again, the thing about the mage I didn't care for was like it was a troll and it was Horde side. And I don't really like Horde side that much, and like I guess I would have probably liked like a human mage. Would have been better for me. Still would have got her killed in the same way. Probably the pillagers. Yeah, Clint, there's no way that chat would have let me run into that building 4 times. Right, absolutely. I went back into that town hall building, I think it was 4 different times, having to run out each time. And then I got like super stubborn. And we died. So yeah, I have no doubt that chat would be like, WTF, BBQ, what are you doing? Please stop. You're killing us. And then I'd be like, oh yeah, for sure. But I probably never, if we had been streaming, I never would have got to that point. Because like the thing about streaming is like, you can't really get too much inside your own head when you're streaming, you're having conversations with people. If you do start off in a bad mood in your own head, you get pulled out really quickly, you know? So there, just in general, by the nature of streaming, I'm always going to be in a better mindset to keep characters alive than if I'm like recording in a vacuum and just kind of in my own head with my own thoughts, you know? The bank, yeah, let's see if we have anything. I don't think we do, but we'll have a gander. See, talent points. Yep, spending talent points is good.
Speak quickly.
I often forget to do that. I mean, we could put the bullets in there, but I'll probably just use them soon. I don't know if we're gonna need Tiger's Eye. I could pop some in there for now. But yeah, I think we're good there.
Beware the living.
If the character dies, everyone has to take a nap. Yeah, it's enforced napping. If the character dies, everyone has to go to sleep for a little bit, and then we'll go again the next day. I'm not getting on that elevator either. As appealing as I also realize that I've lost my Voidwalker somewhere. I guess I'm gonna leave him until we get over to Duratar. Daniel, look up at the top of chat. It would take just as many words for me to tell you, no, he's fine. But I pinned that comment, damn it, and I want to get some work out of that pinned comment. We do still have to empty the inventory. We'll take care of that before we get going over in Razor Hill. See, for me, walks are for contemplation and naps are for recovery. And after we kill a hardcore character, I need recovery. And then when I want to ponder stuff, like when I go to figure out like what class we're gonna actually play, I'll take a walk when I do that. I'll take the dog out around a couple blocks and walk him through the neighborhood. And that'll be a good time to like consider what I want to do for hardcore, but for like emotional and mental recovery, a nap is where it's at. See, I would do it in the opposite order. I'm gonna do the nap first, and then I'll get up and do the walk and think about what to roll next. Or I would just go outside and shoot some hoops. I haven't been walking as much since the heat was pretty bad most days. Like, you go outside into the yard to shoot some hoops, you can be out there for 6 minutes, you can come back in. If I go for a walk, I'm committed to like at least going a certain distance with the dog. He has certain expectations. Are we missing the Zepp or is it pulling up? It looks like it's pulling up. Oh wait, wrong Zeppelin. Great. That's the Gromgol Zepp, I guess.
Time is money.
And these guys are not going to tell us anything about the Zeppelin's location, are they? Yeah, they don't tell us anything. So we will just hang out for a bit. This is basically the worst time for me to be out of coffee. And this early in the playthrough, like, I don't have any flight points I could put myself on to, like, use that as an excuse to go get more coffee. It's kind of a tough position to be in. Louie, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Oh yeah, the NPC said Orgrimmar. Well, I was kind of looking for like a time frame. You know, sometimes they say, "Oh, the Zeppelin just left Orgrimmar. It just left." Yeah.
Hurry back! Hey, yeah.
They don't have it. I wonder if like Leatrix has like a Zeppelin timer. I don't think so. WoW head links, ready timer, Druid power bar. Weird. The Druid power bar must be to get your mana bar to show while you're shapeshifted. Free bag slots. I thought that showing the number of bag slots available was an in-game feature, but maybe it isn't. I thought that was just base functionality. Brandon, I do play retail, very little bits of it. Yeah, we leveled up a shaman to max level in Dragonflight. I did the main campaign. I popped back into 10.1 to check out Embers. I kind of bounced off the Black Dragon story and the endgame systems a bit, so didn't really do a lot on the shaman at endgame. I leveled an evoker for a bit, kind of didn't really care for that. And now I'm leveling up a destruction warlock, which I'm having a lot of fun on. But I don't know what his future is, her future, if she's going to go to endgame or not. I don't really know. I'd love to find a class in retail that I just love to play. And if the warlock is that class, I'll probably find out soon. Because if I can find a class that I love to play, I can probably be patient enough to figure out what in the hell is going on in retail at endgame so that I can actually engage with stuff. So, yeah. I mean, retail's in a really good spot. It's in a decent spot to come back and check it out, especially after today. So, like, after today's patch, if you have a character that's been sitting for 60 days, they're gonna like offer you some stuff to get that character back off the ground. They're gonna empty your bags out for you, mail that crap to you so your bags are clear. They can teleport you to your capital city. They're also gonna give you a set of gear that's decent for wherever you're at. So they're adding some stuff into the patch that's gonna help people like jump on a character they haven't been on in a long time, and actually have it be some kind of smooth experience where you can like get that character going again. So it's definitely a good time to jump back into retail if you have like any inclination at all. I would say it's a great time. You know, they're making content for it, pushing out new content constantly. For me, it's always been hard for me to like learn the endgame systems and learn like what currencies I need, where those vendors are at, how do I get the currency, what stuff am I doing as a solo player. They put out so much content now that that's like the only downfall for me, is that there's so much stuff, and like knowing what is relevant at endgame for a solo player and what's not relevant is sometimes difficult to do without like using a guide. I've thought about respecking my shaman elemental and seeing if that's any better. I hated the rotation for enhancement so much. I made a poor choice on like what character to take in the Dragonflight, and I habitually do this. I always kind of pick like the wrong choice for me to take into an expansion. It always causes me to kind of bounce off the content. Like there's no way I should have went on a shaman because I wasn't familiar with it enough at all, and I probably should have just went on my pally, which I would have been familiar enough with to probably stick to. But instead I went with a class that I thought was cool that I ended up kind of hating. And yeah, that's what happened. And I do it all the time. To an extent I did it with Wrath too, because with Wrath, like, I played Wrath on a Paladin in my 20s and I beat the hell out of the game. And so like really I should have been seeking a different experience. I should have went on like a mage for Wrath of the Lich King and just had like a completely different experience where I was never gonna heal, but I didn't do that. I went on the Paladin. So yeah, I habitually make the wrong choice when it comes to like a new expansion, and when it comes to like getting into endgame. I pretty much like always set myself up for failure by what class I choose. At least it always feels that way. See, we missed these quests by 1 level. Yeah, like I shouldn't have hit level 13. We needed to come back a little bit sooner. I got carried away. We kept doing stuff in Tearsful Glades. We're gonna lose a little bit of experience on those, which kind of sucks, to be honest. Kinda sucks.
Yo, keep it real.
We're not doing this quest right now, I don't think. I mean, we could. We're at a level where it really doesn't matter. We could do this quest right now. I just don't think we need to. I think I wanna focus on getting this level 7 stuff done, and then getting the level 8 stuff done, and then we'll we have to take things in level order if we want any of this to have value. No, Tactical, I haven't vendored yet. We'll vendor down in Razor Hill. Johnny, good afternoon, man. Full disclosure, my wife just brought me what looks to be a turkey cheese sub and a pickle. And I am probably going to go camera dark here, mute myself, and eat that as we get going. Because yeah, it's time. Now if only I had coffee, then life would be even more amazing. Which would be hard, but it would be. Alright, I'm going to do that. I'm going to eat here, so excuse me. Boop.
Blood and thunder. Loktar, strength. Strength and honor. Down.
Amy, I would love some coffee, but you don't have to do that if you're busy. I know you're like actually working. Tactical, I do care. Yeah, I'll look for that next time we're back in Razor Hill. Did Microsoft, they got judicial approval to acquire Activision? Now I heard earlier that they had just removed one of the barriers in their way, that it's not finalized yet though, right? Like they gave them approval, but it's not done. A little dude smelled the food and woke up from his nap. I really don't want to go in here necessarily. Do I have to go in here? Who am I looking? Oh, I'm looking for Lieutenant Benedict. I do have to go in here. Okay. Someone else has clearly already been here, so whether or not the guy will be alive or not, who knows? Placider, I had coffee, I drank it all. Yeah, no, I had 16 ounces of it, man, it's all gone. My wife's gonna give me more because she's on break right now and she's awesome. So soon I will have coffee. I've leveled a ton of characters now. What race class combo do I like best? Yeah, I've leveled like basically every probably class race combo that you can at some point in my life or another. I don't really know. I like a human mage. You know, like standard human mage, human paladin. My Tauren warrior is one of my favorite combos because, you know, you got heavy armor, big weapon, and you were the biggest class in the game. There's lots of different combos I like. There are only a few races and stuff that I don't really care for. I don't really care for male orcs while they have the hunchback, while they can't be straight backs. The thing that bothers me about trolls is that they can't wear boots. I feel like if they just let trolls have some kind of foot that could fit into a boot, I'd probably like trolls okay. The male trolls, no, not ever. But yeah, female trolls would be better at least if they could put their feet into boots. It's probably why I like Alliance side more, because like most of their people can just put their feet into boots, and that's really important to me. Did I grab this? I'm out of it right now. Requires the key. We already got it. Okay. Jumping down from here, maybe not super smart. Can I dismiss my Voidwalker and summon him back out so he doesn't like pull everything? Yes, we can. Okay. Let's do that. Yeah, you know, Tauren are the same way. You know, they have hooves. I get it. They have hooves. They can't wear boots. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. I really wish we can get, if we can get like fleshy undead the way that we have fleshy undead in retail now. I feel like that would be cool. That would open up a lot of stuff to me. What I hate most is like not only are we like bony, but for some reason it feels the need to rip perfectly. Like, why can't we just have the sleeve of the robe? Why does the robe have to be ripped like that? How is it staying on? It doesn't even make sense how we would have this on us. The sleeve should fall off, right? Yeah, I like the idea of the undead a lot, but like ultimately just being a bunch of bones kind of bothers me. From like just even like an immersion standpoint, it's questionable. Wax, thanks for being here, man. Yeah, it's been a good day so far. Absolutely. I cannibalized an undead back in the Agamon Mills for a minute. Just kind of wasted. I didn't mana up first. There we go. We're eating dirt. Yeah. That's how we get HP back, by eating the dirt. David, you think the Worgans should be able to eat like critters and stuff to refuel their HP? That would have been cool to see like back in Cataclysm. Yeah, you should be able to click on like a deer or a cow or a rabbit and just like have it consume it and restore health. That would have been nice. But you know, it's hard for the game devs to do cool shit with classes and races when they have to feel like that they have to balance classes and races against each other. It makes it like impossible to do really cool, flavorful stuff. The Ozzy Osbourne reference is dated, but still works for me. I don't know if most people would get that one at this point, but I got it. Alright, next up we have to go after the plans. Yeah, we got the level 7s done. Let's go take care of the level 8. We're not going to be going back down this way, I don't think, for anything else. Because we probably should have just did this one when we were here first off and got it completed. Because, yeah, now we have to run back down to Senjin Village. And it's the only thing we have to do down there. And I did not set the Hearthstone at Razor Hill, which would have been, like, super smart. It would have saved us a lot of travel time. Virtual Echo, you are not remembering incorrectly. At some point after the bird incident, it was acceptable for him to be on television doing ads for World of Warcraft, yeah. A lot of people did ads for WoW. Yeah, he was one of them. Yeah, that would have been back during like the Wrath of the Lich King era, when WoW was as mainstream and as known about as it was ever going to be. It was during that time. Yeah, I mean, wasn't that his class? Wasn't like the Undead Warlock in the little commercial ad they did? I'm pretty sure it was an Undead Warlock, yeah. Absolutely. Cannibalizing all the birds. I mean, Blood Moon, the fact that he's alive, if he's alive, then that's pretty incredible to me. I'm not sure what comes together to have a lifestyle like he must have had and then still be alive today. I guess what it takes is a shit ton of money. That's probably what a shit ton of money and a personal team of doctors. That's probably what it takes to be someone like Ozzy and to still be alive today. He moved back to England. That's awesome. That's so good. That makes me happy. I'm sure he's happier there. Oh snap. Does it reappear pretty quickly? I feel like these come back rapidly. There it is. Steven Tyler said, if we knew we were going to last this long, we'd have taken better care of ourselves. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I take care of myself as much as I can, and I'm assuming that I'm gonna die anytime. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Especially if I had a shit ton of money, you better believe I'd be taking even better care of myself than I do. You know what I mean? That's what I never. I guess it's the viewpoint of a person who's never really had that much. I guess like you see people with a lot, and you're like, well, why wouldn't you want to take care of yourself? Don't you want to be around to enjoy your life? But if you come into a lot of stuff like that, like really early in your life, it just kind of colors how you live. You don't get to build up this thought of like how you would be different if you had different. You know, you just react to what you're given, and to what you get, and you become the person you become. And then later you think, damn, I wish I'd have done it differently. Yeah, you're going to be around for a while. It's too bad you can't feel better while you're here. Robert, if you live long enough, you'll look like a nanny too. I promise. Nannyhood awaits us all. If we're lucky enough to get that far. Come on. He looks like an undead. Blood Moon, I laughed at that, but... I laughed at it, but then I felt really bad.
Hello,
Jeez. I guess I should have seen that one coming, yeah.
be seeing ya.
Alright, we're all done here. Let's take ourselves back to the north. What are we going to work on next? It looks like we are going to go after the sacks of supplies up in the canyon. That's our next lowest level quest. We should worry about what kind of world we'll be leaving to Keith Richards, right? Yep. Probably accurate. Microsoft may complete the buyout by Friday. That would be cool. Yeah, I would hope that, like, you know, it's been tied up for so long that, like, they have all the plans ready to go through with it as soon as it gets the green light. So I would assume that once they get the full green light that it shouldn't take super long to finish it up at this point. Because they're probably getting a lot of things in place, like, structurally. Even though it wasn't confirmed, like, when you're at these places and you're employed there, like, even though shit's not publicly confirmed, it's, like, basically internally confirmed first. And then internally you start to make changes to your structure, like, based on what's going to happen in the future. So they're probably pretty ready. Everyone's probably pretty ready for it to happen. There's a huge penalty if they don't close by Friday. Then you can be guaranteed that they will close by Friday. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and, you know, for the average player of Blizzard games, it's not going to make any difference right away. Especially right away, will it not make any difference? If you're thinking about, like, when will you feel the effects, if any, of Microsoft's hand, it probably won't be for a while. Like, nothing, like, don't expect, like, huge sweeping changes in the way Activision runs, like, Blizzard. You know what I mean? Like, don't expect things to change necessarily super fast. And the thing is, WoW is in a very good spot right now. Like, there isn't a lot that, like, super needs to change, in my opinion. They are cranking out content for retail like never before. You know, they're doing what I feel like they can for Classic because they don't have a team of Classic developers. So doing shit like a hardcore server, doing another season of Mastery later this year, like, those are both really good things that they don't have to do that stuff, but they're doing it anyway. So I feel like Blizzard is in a really good spot, and I don't really feel like Microsoft taking over is going to, like, immediately fix, resolve, make better anything. Corporations are always going to do the corporate thing. You can count on them all to, like, behave in a very similar way. Yeah, what I'd like to see in the near future is I'd like to see Classic on the Game Pass. And then, yeah, you got to hook up a mouse and keyboard to your Xbox. Your Xbox is a computer tower. You hook up a little stick, you got a wireless mouse and keyboard, you're good to go. Like, I feel like they should put Classic on the Game Pass. And then maybe in the future they come up with a controller port, but I say no, don't do the controller port. Leave it mouse and keyboard. Leave it mouse and keyboard so that person can eventually take that gameplay to a PC one day if they want to, and they've built the same muscle memory. Shit, I played Final Fantasy XI on the PlayStation 2 on a mouse and keyboard that I plugged in to the PlayStation 2. So if I could play an MMO when I was 17 on a PlayStation 2, then I'm pretty sure that people can figure it out today on their Xbox. And if they can't figure it out, then they probably don't really want to play an MMO anyway. So yeah, I want to see Classic on the Game Pass. That would be cool. What I really want is just, I want to be able to be sitting up at my Xbox in the evening time, and I want to be able to, like, do things like fishing and, like, inane stuff that I don't want to be done in my office anymore, but I could do it up in the living room, like, later on that evening. It would be super convenient for me to be able to get into Classic on my Xbox just to do, like, random things. That's why I want it.
Go forth to victory.
We had a quest turn in. Maybe I ought to turn this in. Do I want to set the Hearthstone here, or do I just want to leave it at the Gallows End Tavern? It's not really hard to get on the Zeppelin. Maybe I should change where we're bound at for now. I'm not sure. Yeah, fishing on the Xbox, fishing on the mobile. Yeah, man, if I can go on mobile and fish, I'd probably fish a lot more.
For the Horde.
Yep. There are possibilities. Definitely. I don't think we're going to see anything happen right away. It's probably going to be like 6 or 7 months before, like, anything happens that we can even kind of draw a line to Microsoft being the reason why it's happening. Like, unless they come in and they fire a bunch of people. That'd be cool. If they got rid of some people that weren't doing great and they just pulled some people in who were, like, yeah. I guess they could kind of clean house if they wanted to. I don't know what kind of purview they have to go in and just fire folks en masse. But they might. What does this mean for Bobby? What is this? Do we have to be worried about Bobby's future? Yeah, I want to know. I want to find out what's going to happen to Bobby at the end of all this. If he doesn't get a new yacht this year, I don't know, he's going to be devastated. We've seen those big puffy eyes of his, you know, we don't want him to hurt. Bobby will be gone. Willie, is he out? Yeah, he'll go back to Coca-Cola or something, you know. Pretty sure he owns half of Coca-Cola. Chris, I want them to add Classic to Game Pass. They'll never add Retail to Game Pass. That wouldn't make sense. But I can see them adding Classic to it to kind of get people in, you know. He'll get a big old payout too, man. Like, we're talking about millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of after-tax money. Yep, it's gonna be the biggest golden parachute that's ever blinded you. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting when they give these people like those golden parachutes when they're people who make millions of dollars a year, like hard cash profit. And then, you know, the person who needs a golden parachute is the person who has been in a career, they're making like $90,000 to $120,000 and then they get fired. Suddenly, unexpectedly. That's the person that needs a payout, you know, so they can stay on their feet, find a new job. A fucking multi-billionaire doesn't need a payout. Their money is already working for them. Like, you don't think that all of his money is tied up in real estate just making shit tons more money for him, then you're totally off base. I do think it's disgusting when we give people that make that much money payouts. They should have to pay back to the company once they fail and leave. It should be like an inverse parachute. We should suck some of the money out of their bank account and give it to the employees who suffered under them. Robert, the retail patch added warlocks to almost every race. I feel like a lot of races had warlocks anyway. Did they added them to Lightforged Draenei. Normal Draenei already had access to warlock, didn't they? Not originally, but I think they got an update a while back. Yeah, the only new one I know is that Lightforged Draenei can become warlocks now. That's what I saw. I thought that was pretty cool. That being said, I've never created a Lightforged Draenei and haven't even unlocked them yet. The Cultirans can be warlocks now too. I feel like we're at a point where like all the base classes in the game, with the exception of Shaman and Druid, should be opened up to every race. Yeah, every class in retail except Shaman and Druid should be opened up to every race. We're really close to that. I feel like we're really close to that point. But we're not. Demon Hunter. I guess I gotta put Demon Hunter on the Shaman Druid list. Yeah, for like canon lore reasons, right? Everybody else... Ooh, do I want the chest or the bag? Chest or the bag? Maybe we get both of them. The Dark Iron Dwarves are getting Warlock, or they're not getting Warlock? I kind of hope they just give it to everybody they can. Yeah, I mean, God, retail is in such a good spot. I wish they would clean up, like, the new player experience a bit. I wish they would kind of get rid of Exile's Reach. And I wish they would start putting people back in the starting zones and just making the beginning of the game super simple. Because, man, I watched my wife try to get into retail after she'd been playing Classic again for a bit. And that game, all sorts of confused her. She thought it was sending her here, sending her there. She wasn't sure exactly which quests she was looking at. Should be ones that she should take, which ones she should ignore. How Chromie time worked wasn't really well explained enough. Like, there was all kinds of pitfalls right after. Like, Exile's Reach is a great experience. They drop you in your capital city, and then, like, all hell can break loose. You can easily get turned around and, like, not know what the heck you're supposed to do. And so I really wish they would just start putting people back in their starting zones and letting them have that more classical experience while they learn to play the game and the character. I know they don't want them there because they want to push people into like the highest pixel content, like the newest, prettiest, flashiest shit is what they want people to see. But when it's new, flashy, and pretty, but it's super confusing and you don't know what's going on or why, then that's a bad experience. Also, putting people into like narrative content that they're not going to see all of is a really bad experience. So like I had to explain to my wife that if she leveled in BFA, she'd start getting into some stories and she'd start meeting some characters, and then before those stories or characters really went anywhere, she was going to be teleported to Dragonflight. Because Dragonflight is all that matters right now. And that was confusing conceptually for her too. And needless to say, she's not playing retail now, she's sticking with classic for now. So I really wish they would just change the starting experience for people. Maybe even do Exile's Reach, and then drop you in your race's starting area. Don't drop me in my city where there's billions of quests on the map, every single command board wants to take me somewhere else. Chromie's got a bunch of choices for me I don't understand. Like, I don't think it's a good experience for people who are new to the game, who don't have somebody playing the game to guide them. And so I really wish they would change that, because everything else about retail is great. You know, you have so many races you can choose from, so many class combinations for like whatever fantasy you want to engage with in the world. It's super awesome, but it must be impossible really for like new solo players who don't have friends in the game to get into it and stick to it. Does it make sense that mechagnomes are able to be DKs? Yeah. Yeah. I feel like anybody can fall and be raised by the Lich King. I feel like any combination of race and class can make sense if the writers do a little bit of work. And I feel like it's worth it for players to just open things up as much as possible, like despite what might have existed in the lore previously. It's just going to be better for players. The more you can do like with a game, the more likely you are to play it more. Like if you find out that your favorite race can't be your favorite class, that could be a deal breaker for some people. You know, that could be a point of friction that people say, ah, yeah, you know what, I'm not even going to play. I can't be a dwarf warlock. I don't want to do it. David, I'm surprised that you could even watch my videos and figure out what to do. Sometimes when I play retail, I have no idea what to do. It's why so often when I level up in retail, I usually just go play the old world content. I go talk to Chromie, I start Cataclysm time walking, and then I head to a starting zone. And I would recommend that everybody play the game just like that. Like I would recommend that you know, maybe you want to do Exile's Reach, maybe not, but either way, you should just get your character to a point where you can take them to the starting zones. The starting zone quests are like, they're going to be easier to do, there's going to be more of them closer together, you're going to have a smoother level experience. And your experience is going to make some kind of sense, you know? You're not going to get like midway through BFA content immersed in this pseudo story that's happening, and then suddenly the game is teleporting you to Dragonflight. Instead, you're going to be doing like innocuous stuff in Stranglethorn or something, and then you're going to hit level, and the game's going to be like, hey, why don't you go to Dragonflight now? And you're going to be like, yeah, that seems like a good idea. Yeah, you had to do, oh, it was a new account, you had to do Exile's Reach, and then you had to go to BFA. It's so bad. It's so bad. Yeah, they have some work to do on the new player stuff. I think that when we get the world revamp, you know, everyone says there's going to be a world revamp. I don't disagree. 11.0 will probably be another world revamp, and then I think that at that point they're gonna look at how they get new people into the game. But I kind of worry like that's too late. I kind of worry that if you're not getting a lot of new people into the game right now, then getting a lot of people into the game in 11.0 might be too late. Yeah, the buff was great. I kind of regret not playing my lock a little bit more with the buff. It's probably going to feel, stupidly, you know, it's going to feel slow to me now without the buff, which is always the danger of XP buffs, is that if you have a character and like you don't finish it with the buff, it starts to kind of feel bad. Just because of the comparison, you know. Yeah, Mr. Jackpots. I've had a similar experience. I haven't been able. The problem is I haven't been able to stick to the end game in retail. I always enjoy questing through that initial like questing experience when the expansion comes out. Where they lose me is with the patch content because I can never figure out what I'm supposed to do at endgame to make me want to log in every day so that I can actually experience all the new content like being in the game, you know, not stepping away, coming back, stepping away, coming back. I just like, I never stick to the endgame stuff. What happened, let me be completely honest with what happened on the Shaman too, is like, firstly I hated the class. Secondly, when we finished the main campaign, there were a bunch of quests and stuff to do still. You look around Veldraken, there was tons of shit to do. We were doing something for Tyr, and we had some kind of anvil or forge we were working on. But then I would look around and there'd be all these other quests to do. And I'm like, I didn't know, and the game didn't really tell me what I should be pursuing. And so, like, I'm not the kind of person that wants to look on Wowhead for what to do, you know what I mean, and have everything explained to me. I kind of like the game to tell me what to do and kind of guide me. And when we beat the main campaign, we were just kind of left floating with a bunch of shit. And I couldn't differentiate the meaningful shit from the sheer detritus of random quest and profession quest and renown quest. I couldn't like discern the meaningful stuff. And so I fell out of it. I was like, okay, cool, we got stuff. I guess I'll just stop playing for now. I don't know what any of this stuff means to me.
Time is money, friend. Have a good one.
Plastic Nerd, have a good day, man. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you hanging out. We could probably do this quest. It's high level. We probably don't need to. Gnomish tools, we should probably do that. Let's go ahead and hearth back to Razor Hill and we'll do that stuff. Oh, Mr. Jackpots, you can't do 5-mens. Yeah, man, I did the same thing. I ruined my my Drakthir playthrough because I did a couple 5-mens. And they were regular leveling 5-mens, but people play even those as if they're doing a Mythic plus 20 because they have to train themselves for when they think they're going to be doing Mythic plus 20s. So, you know, we had tanks that would pull 40. They'd skip 3 mobs on the route because the route said skip this pull. And then they'd pull 30 fucking mobs. And then they'd flip out if something happened. And yeah, it was the worst. The 5-mens are the worst. So I know for a fact that like I'll never do 5-mens in retail again. Unless I'm with a static group of people and we're all just hanging out having a good time. But I'll never pug 5-man shit again in retail, which sucks because 5-man content historically has been some of my favorite content. Mainly because in the past, like, it's always been super accessible. Yep, you know, one day, you know, and here's the thing, here's the reality of it. I know for a fact that, like, liking retail and engaging with retail requires one to play retail. And it requires one to play retail every day. Every day, every chance you have to get on, you have to play, you have to keep doing stuff. Especially when, like, you're not sucked into retail. And that's kind of where I fall over, is like, I kind of have the idea that if I got on at endgame every day, and I just kind of approached it with a good attitude, and I found some stuff to do that was fun, I could probably be a consistent retail player, but I'd have to make myself do it for a while because it's not habit to me. Playing WoW Endgame has not been a habit for me in a long time. So I know that I would literally have to, like, physically make it a routine. And I don't know if I want to do that. Yep. Yeah, Mythic Plus ruined 5-mens. It took a bunch of content and made it all into garbage, basically. Except for the players who have static groups, except for the players who have great guilds. What it did for solo players is it ruined 5-man dungeons. Yeah, they're fucking ruined. There's no reason as a solo player with no mythic aspirations to ever touch a 5-man. It's going to be a terrible experience unless you're doing it with people you know. And so there's stuff like that about retail that you have to accept those things in order to play it, and those things are hard to accept. And you know, they're doing the mythic dungeons, but the thing about mythic dungeons is you know, they're really hard 5-man, so it's like a 5-man raid, right? But we only get one. I feel like in BFA, in Shadowlands, we got one. Now we're getting one in Dragonflight, and it's like that's the only one we're gonna get. It kind of makes it not worth it. I'd love to engage with mega dungeons if they were kind of like raids. So if we got one every major patch, then I would be a lot more inclined to say, hell yeah, I want to do some 5-man, you know, just the big dungeons, the mega dungeons. But without any kind of like consistent cadence of release, you know, you can't treat it like a 5-man raid. Because with a raid, you get a new raid every tier. You know what I mean? If we're not getting a new mega dungeon every tier, then it's not really a progression path. It's just something additional you can do in the game. It doesn't make it like a necessarily like an endgame activity that you can primarily do. Yeah, sure, it's mythic only. Yeah, but it's a hard 5-man content. Yeah, obviously, like I would not be able to just jump into that, but you could get like raid gear. There's other you can get the gear to do it without doing mythic plus dungeons. The thing about mythic plus 5-mans, they're a time trial. The mega dungeon's not. Yeah, it's mythic in the sense that it's supposed to be really, really hard. It's not mythic keystone in the sense that it's a time trial. It's just a really, really hard 5-man piece of content, and that's what I want. I want really, really hard 5-man content that is not a time trial, that doesn't involve skipping, that doesn't necessarily involve pulling 50 things all at once because you have to go as fast as you can. And so yeah, and so that's what the mega dungeons are like. Yeah, they're mythic difficulty. So absolutely not something you're gonna jump into as soon as you ding a character. You're probably gonna have to go get gear. Luckily, what they do have in retail, they have lots of ways for solo players to level up their gear and to actually make their gear pertinent for content they want to do without having to go do mythic plus 5-mans to scrape out whatever gear they can. That's the good thing about retail right now, is like you can be a solo player, you can get the gear you want to do the content you want from solo content. Then you can take that gear and you can go do the group stuff that you want. Oh yeah, Steven, that's like the best time. The best time was Kata that first week. Yep. For the 17 of us that got to max level and were doing heroics in the first week, it was a really great time. But it was always a mistake. They were always overtuned. You know what I mean? Yeah, I loved it. I loved approaching those pulls and being like, okay, we have to use 3 CCs here because if we don't, we are going to wipe. Yeah, that's like the perfect 5-man difficulty for me was the Cataclysm Heroics the first week the expansion was out. But nothing was ever like that again. Unfortunately, you know, 5-mans got easier and easier, the Heroics got easier over time. And then in Legion we got Mythic 5-mans. It's like, oh yeah, a harder mode of 5-man. It's like, no, it turns out it's a time trial. Oh, okay. Canon G, good afternoon, man. How is it going? We have nobody over here. Everything's farmed out. This is going to be interesting. Let's see. What are we working with here? We're working with only 18 people, so not a ton of people. Enough to have completely cleared out these camps. Yeah, unfortunately, Robert, they'll do what they did with Wrath of the Lich King, which is like, we're gonna get all the iterations as they were in the last patch of the expansion. So like all the system tweaks, all the class tweaks, all the dungeon tweaks. What we'll get, if they do Cataclysm Classic, we'll get what we got. Like when Wrath dropped out, we got the 3.3 systems. So it'll be similar with Kata. Unfortunately, when they do Classic, you don't get to see all the iteration and stuff that happened from patch to patch. They just start the Classic version on like the best patch, as far as like systems and balance go, and then we start with that and we keep that, and then they tweak stuff from there. So yeah, unfortunately, you'll never get the authentic experience of like what that week 1 actually felt like back then. That won't be replicated. Just like how, you know, when DKs first came out, they were like completely and utterly broken. Like every single spec was broken. We didn't really get them in that state when they came out. We got them in like their finalized state for the expansion. The pre-Panda patch, yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, Armageddon. I just want to give players like a consistent experience. You know, what they feel like is they feel like they're helping us not feel the friction of all those changes. Because a lot of people hate it when they tweak and change stuff, man. So if they tried to follow that path again, it's like they'd have to have all the same discussions they had before. It'd be hard to convince them, because it's like saying, oh, we're gonna release this in its imperfect state because that's how we released it originally. Like, yeah, some people would be okay with that, but I understand why they do it how they do it, because they want it to be like a little bit less friction than it was originally. And when you have 3 or 4 patches and you're making huge changes every patch, it is a lot of friction. See retail and how often shit changes in retail, and how often it like enrages parts of the community who play certain classes or certain types of content. They're just trying to like make it smoother, which, you know, some people like, some people don't. Edward, so far it's the highest level Warlock we've ever had. Yeah, we got the 1 kill at level 7, we got the 1 kill at level 11. Yeah, so it's as good as we've had it. It's going pretty well. What's up with people rolling female undead? I don't know. I guess it'd be an individual thing. I like my casters to, or my clothies to be body type B. And I like my leather wearers to be body type B. And then sometimes on plate I prefer body type A. It's the walk. It must be the walk, yeah. Yep, everybody likes what they like. You know, when I was in my 20s and stuff, I never played body type B. So I don't know if that says anything specific about me or about why people make the choices they make, but I know that throughout my life, I've had like different desires to play different body types. I don't know. Now I kind of base it on like armor type, you know. Buffalo Bill, 13 months, man. Jeez. That's a long time, considering like it has really been 13 months since there were memberships. Wow, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate that. Undead Paladin would be cool, and I'm kind of hoping that'll be one of the race class combos they open up in retail soon, because you know the undead can already use the holy light. They can already be priests. They've always been able to be priests, so. It makes perfect sense for them to be able to become paladins. They can be warriors and they can be priests, so it makes sense for them to be able to be paladins. That'd be cool. We need a scout. We need to find one more scout. Maybe back this way. Not a Dark Knight. No, they would be using holy. They'd be using holy spells. What would be cool is like class skins would be cool to get like a Dark Knight, like have all the abilities do the same thing as the Paladin abilities, but have like a reskin over the effects and have different icons. Taliesin talked about this like a year or two ago, like the idea of basically like class skins that can be put over an existing class to make the spells and the icons look different, but ultimately have nothing functional or numerically change about the class. I think that's an amazing idea. I think class skins, like, think about, like you said, like races and classes that you could put together to make like a new class that's not new, it's the same abilities, but it's just a different flavor of that class. I think that would be super cool. Necromancer skin for demo locks. Yeah, like make it be like something different. You can get the Necromancer class skin, and then like instead of imps, maybe you raise skellies. You know, maybe like you change some key things to make it more flavorful. Yeah, like dark rangers and stuff like that. You know, they have the look for the dark rangers, but wouldn't it be cool if when you made a dark ranger rogue or a dark ranger hunter, wouldn't it be cool if your abilities and stuff changed and looked different as well? That would be pretty awesome. That's kind of what I would hope for. I would want to see that more than cramming just new classes into the game. I think there would be a lot more value in creating those kinds of class skins for existing classes. It's going to be an easier lift because you're not slamming a new class into the game. You don't have to rebalance anything. You just have to come up with like cool looking shit that's flavorful. And I'm sure a bunch of like creative people can come up with cool looking flavorful stuff for the game, you know? And like the development lift would be much easier than thinking about putting in an actual new class with new abilities. David, your kid blew some money on Fortnite skins. I'm not talking about like charging for these. Let me be clear. When I say skins, this is not shit that they're selling to us. This is shit that we're unlocking in the game by doing things in the game. That's all, yeah. Or that would just be given to us as an option. But no, we're not talking about like buying skins. Yeah. Oh man, see my kid's 8. We're not doing Fortnite yet. We're doing Minecraft. And he loves Minecraft. So far, he has not managed to spend any of our money through any accidental means. We have the portal pass for Minecraft though, so he gets a lot of mods and stuff for free. But he knows what it looks like when a thing costs money, and he knows that there are consequences if he clicks that button. It probably means he's not going to be getting back on the Xbox for a while. Fortnite is not necessarily in my future. I've explained to my kid that there's no way he's playing Fortnite until he's like 13 or 14 years old. And I'm banking on the fact that the game will be a dead memory by then, or that he'll be interested in real games by then. So that's kind of my hope. But he knows he's not playing Fortnite. He doesn't even play Roblox. I don't even want him on Roblox. Yeah, we're doing Minecraft. He likes Pokemon. He's got the Pokemon games on the Switch to play. He's not hurting for stuff to play, but there are certain games that he is not going to play, and that he's not going to play for a long time if he is going to play those. And Fortnite is one of the games that he's not going to play as a kid. If he wants to play Fortnite, he can be a teenager first, and then if the game is still around, we'll talk. Dijon, is it a better option to level characters in Wrath of the Lich King since Cataclassic is real? Is Cataclassic real yet though, man? Does anybody want Cataclassic? I stopped playing Wrath because A, I don't want Cataclassic, and B, Wrath isn't going anywhere. You know what I mean? That was one of the biggest reasons why I'm not playing Wrath right now, was because the ultimate realization that Wrath is going to end. They are not going to do Classic Plus content for Wrath of the Lich King. Which means that the only way that Wrath character goes on and becomes anything or matters at all is if I play Cataclysm, which I don't really have any interest in doing, and I don't think a lot of people want Cataclysm. Would I introduce him to the Souls games? Robert Speaks, Take Two. Yeah, I would. He's watched me watch Code Carnage play Elden Ring. Stuff that you think should be like scary and disturbing, like he just finds really interesting sometimes. If we're watching it and it's daylight out and nothing else scary is happening, yeah, he's watched me watch Ko play Elden Ring. So there's a higher likelihood of me introducing him to like dark fantasy games than introducing him to some game where you're shooting each other, which I think is fucking stupid for kids to learn these days. There's so many problems with it, you know. So yeah, I'm much more likely to introduce him to a single-player environment where like the content of the game is like maybe disturbing or out of his age range than I am to let him go into an online environment where he has to interact with other people who I don't know, and he's having experiences that I don't understand. That unfortunately, those experiences kids have in video games, when they're losing or winning, they involve emotions. So then he's not having just he's having a multiplayer emotional experience where other people that I don't know are able to affect him in ways that I don't know about. That shit's not happening. That's not gonna happen. If he plays like a weird game and like has weird thoughts about it, it's like a single player game, we can talk about it, you know. I understand in that case like what he's seeing, what he's doing, but if he's having interactions in Fortnite or Roblox or something, I'm not, even if I'm there for it, I'm not 100% every word, every gesture, you know, I'm not there for all that. Yeah, he's played Call to the Lamb, and he's beat it. I beat the last boss, but he got there. And that's not a kid's game? Oh, we got another cursed bag. Oh god. Character is cursed, yeah. Yeah, he beat Call to the Lamb. Not a kid's game, right? It deals with like things like sacrifice and murder. But since it can be framed better when I'm like there with him and playing with him, he can come to understand that these things exist in a game, and there's no outside influence. There are no other people, you know, communicating with him about it, etc. We're done here, and we can go back to town. And in fact, we have to go back to town because we're full on inventory. Gotta get out of here. Yeah, D-John, you're not wrong about the classes. I can safely say this, and I don't think a lot of people would disagree with this. Most classes are more interesting, more exciting, and more fun to play in Wrath of the Lich King. I don't think that, like, a lot of people would have a big argument with that. So absolutely, the Paladin gameplay in Wrath of the Lich King is, like, just super fun. It's really, really fun. It's faster paced is what it is. It's faster paced. And obviously the Paladin in Classic Era is just slow. You're not really pressing a lot of buttons. You don't have Crusader Strike. You don't have an AoE. And yeah, so like, man, I like the classes in Wrath of the Lich King, how they're at, but I just can't play Wrath because for me, it's a dead game. And like, I never wanted to think of Wrath as a dead game. It's just something that happened to me over time. It's just something that happened to me. I didn't sit down one day and I wasn't like, man, I'm gonna find a reason to hate Wrath and not play it. I kept trying to find reasons to play it. And then I just slowly realized that for me, there really wasn't a point. You know, and I think about it every once in a while. You know, is there a reason to go back to Wrath? And I always come up with the answer no. The answer I come back with is always no. It's sad, I don't like it, but... I'd love to have a reason to play Wrath of the Lich King. I'd love to be able to play all 3 versions of the game and have fun in all 3 versions of the game. That really hasn't happened recently, that's all. And I think if I had been younger during Wrath of the Lich King, I'd probably feel completely differently about it now. I'd probably still be playing Wrath. If I had not been able to fully engage with Wrath the way that I did in my 20s, if I hadn't beaten all the raids, if I hadn't gotten all the gear, if I hadn't played every single day and raided like 12 to 15 hours a week, I'd probably like still enjoy Wrath of the Lich King. I'd probably still be doing raids and doing stuff. But what happened was I did a couple of Nax runs and that was okay. I got enough gear to finally do an Ulduar run, and then I realized, man, I've seen all these fights. I've gotten this gear. Now I'm just doing it again, you know. BC would have been the era that I didn't get to raid. I didn't get to see endgame stuff, and that would have been the era that for me, I probably would have played BC a lot more at endgame, because all of it, every bit of it would have been new to me. Every bit of it would have been new to me, and apparently that's important to me. Apparently, like, having new experiences, even at endgame, is important to me. And that's why I say, if I'm ever going to do raids, it's probably going to be in retail, because retail is the only version where there's going to be new. Retail is the only version where eventually there's going to be new stuff to do, like a new place to take all that gear you got and go push yourself. And that's not going to happen in Wrath, and it doesn't happen in Classic Era either. And I do think Wrath appeals more to people who were younger when Wrath came out, or people who missed it entirely. Some people didn't start playing till MOP. Some people started playing later on, and I think Wrath of the Lich King has a lot of classic appeal to people who missed out on Wrath originally. I just had to accept that, like, I wasn't one of those people. Yeah, like, I played during TBC, but I never got to raid. I got my build set together on my warrior, and by the time all this happened, it was like Sun Crown was out, and I went to do a 5-man... With my friend, I went to do a 5-man, the 5-man Sunwell dungeon. And yeah, what happened was I had 1 green on my tank. We wiped one time, and someone in the group was like, yeah, greens aren't going to cut it here. And I got booted from the run. And what really pissed me off at the time was, like, my friend stayed in the group and finished the run with a different tank. He didn't even leave group when they booted me. They were like, greens aren't going to cut it here, kid. And I was like, what? I just spent fucking 4 weeks trying to get all my bold pieces and shit. Now I can't even do this 5-man? And so after that, I stopped trying to do endgame stuff in BC. I let BC ride. I leveled other characters for a bit. I let my warrior sit. And yeah, by the time Wrath came out, I went on the Paladin. But I never got to raid in BC. And I probably could have, if not for that single shitty experience, if I had just kind of stuck it out, I probably could have raided. But what I realized, I'm like, oh, there are people like this. I'm like, I hate this kind of person, and I don't want to come up against them again. And so I just kind of, I took a little break at that point. So in TBC Classic, I was looking forward to like getting past that point. But the way they rushed TBC, I got to basically the same point. I got some of my bold pieces together. I was thinking about doing Magister's Terrace, and then I realized that like no one was doing heroics because Wrath was coming out and nobody gave a crap about TBC anymore. How do I find the immersion between Classic and Dragonflight? It's not the same. I don't play the game the same way, and I don't really look for the same things when I'm playing retail. What I look for in retail is like, am I enjoying pressing my buttons? Is my class very fun? Until I'm in like the current content, then I like to kind of explore the world a little bit. But when I'm leveling, you know, into the content, like we're doing old world zones, so like I've seen all the zones, you know. I'm not really immersed like that when I'm playing retail. When I'm playing retail, I'm trying to have like cathartic fun. Which is why I like the quest in the old zones. Like I like the quest in zones that I'm familiar with, so that I don't have to think too much while I'm leveling up in retail, so that I can just kind of enjoy pressing the buttons. And that's kind of how I do that. And then once I'm in Dragonflight, you know, I'll probably feel a little bit more immersed because, you know, things will be new. I'll be reading some of the quests a little bit and seeing what's going on, but right now it's all about, is the class fun to press the buttons or not? Will I start doing dungeons? Yeah, we might do some on this character. We'll see. I don't really have anything against it. When we're level 15, we'll try to do a Wailing Caverns run and see how it goes. Well, like I said before, though, if we do a run and like things go sideways and the tank pulls 6 guys, I'm gonna run for the dungeon entrance, and I'm not gonna be able to help save anybody. I'm just gonna have to save myself. So if people are cool with that and they accept it, then fine. It just might upset some people if they see me have to. Look at our Voidwalker. Look at him go. Go, 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 boy. How'd you get up there? I have no idea. Oh, man. Okay, this is not great. She's going to die up there. We're not going to be able to loot her. Okay, there we go. He's coming back. I don't ever want him to do anything like that again, but that was kind of cool. AoE looting would be great. If I could pick like some quality of life things to be worked from retail back into classic area looting would be absolutely amazing. Yeah. I often do wish that there was some area looting. I feel like there's no way there's anything but junk in this, but we'll pop it open and see. Yeah, basically junk. Which survey was that, Robert? I don't know. I don't think I got one. I feel like I don't always get the surveys. Usually I see the surveys when they put the surveys on Wowhead a lot of the time. If Blizz sent on a survey, usually it's on Wowhead. Yeah, the Kata one. Now the Kata one I think has been circulating for a while. Is that the one where they asked like what parts of Cataclysm are you interested in? And then they list a bunch of shit from Cataclysm and they want you to pick and choose like what parts of it you actually don't hate. It's like, what are they doing with that information? They're trying to gauge if people want Cataclysm, but I think like ultimately, like, if they have to break it up and ask you what part of Cataclysm do you like, then people probably don't want Cataclysm. They know I'm cranky, so they don't send me any surveys. They have no fucking idea who I am. They don't know who I am. They don't know what account this is. Blizzard does not know me. How long will I be streaming? I don't know. We're 3.5 hours in. Probably a little bit longer, but not like super longer. Yeah, I'm not Co-Carnage, so like my ability to sit in my chair for like more than 3 or 4 hours is pretty limited, unfortunately. For a while I was doing 2 streams in one day, but like, well, YouTube hates most of what I do, but YouTube didn't really like me doing 2 different streams in one day especially. So I used to kind of like split it up where I do like a morning stream, I'd take a few hours, I'd come back and do an afternoon, but yeah. These days I try to stick to just 1 stream per day when I stream. Gotta try to satiate that YouTube algorithm, figure out what it wants of me. They said not to leak it out. Robert, I think you just leaked, man. I think you leaked all over chat. I've seen a survey like that from the past though. It took you 20 minutes to do it. That's probably not the same survey that I saw. Yeah, they're trying to figure out what they're trying to figure out is if they can make any money launching Cataclysm. It's all they care about. They're like, do people like it enough? Are enough people gonna buy the collector's edition thing with the mount as if we're selling them a real game? Like, that's what they're trying to figure out from that kind of stuff. They're trying to figure out, like, how could they package something to sell you? What can we sell these people? They hate Cataclysm. They tell us it's not classic anymore, but what can we sell them? That's what's happening there. Like what features in Kata would I want? What did they ask? Well, like, did the talent revamp happen in Kata? The talent revamp happened in MoP, right? They revamped the talents in MoP. They revamped all the character models by WoD. So what did Kata have besides the Worgen, the Goblins, and the world revamp? Like, there's really no other features of Cataclysm. There were dungeons and raids. Dungeons, raids, the world revamp, Worgen, Goblin, and that's basically it. Updated graphics? No, I mean, yeah, like, they remade the worlds, sure. I guess, like, the fidelity of those zones, in my opinion, if you go to Elwyn Forest in Classic Era, and then you log into Retail, and you go to Elwyn Forest in Cataclysm Time Walking, Classic Era looks a lot better. So I don't even agree that there was any, like, that the graphics got any better for those zones in Cataclysm. I think that they look worse. I think that the lighting is worse, and how they handle lighting got worse over time. And, you know, the character models didn't get remade till I thought WoD. Maybe Transmog was added in Cataclysm? The talent revamp was Cataclysm. Okay. So we didn't have the 50-point talents in Cataclysm. Is there anybody who liked that? Is there anybody who's going to be like, yeah, damn, you know what I really liked about Cataclysm? I really liked the talent revamp. Is that a thing? Because I don't think I ever felt that way. They did the PvP tier reset? Oh, did they do? I have no idea. I don't PvP. I have no idea about PvP or what the PvPers do. It's been a side of the game that in 20 years I've probably done like 15 battlegrounds, and they all would have been in like, in the Wrath era. In the Wrath and Cataclysm era probably would have been a time that I did a handful of battlegrounds with a friend of mine. And I was like, that's cool, I got killed a lot. I'm a dummy. And then I never really did a lot more. I haven't done a single arena. So, Yeah, it's a part of the game that I think about from time to time. I think, oh my gosh, there's this whole PvP side to the game I've been playing for 20 years, and I've never engaged with it once. I think about that sometimes. It doesn't compel me to then try to engage with it though. That's the problem. In Wrath, Warlocks could snapshot corruption but can no longer do it in Kata. That sounds fine. Snapshotting sounds like something that's really hard and would be outside my skill set, so I'm okay to see shit like that disappear from the game. I know I'm in the minority there. But when it comes to stuff like that I feel like that's a very complicated thing that I know I could not do, I'm fine to see it disappear from the game. But it probably pissed off people who had built that skill set and knew how to snapshot. It probably made them very angry. Your brother got you to play recently because he wants you to PvP. Are you being baited? I don't know. You might like PvP. I've never engaged with it enough to say if I like it or not. What I knew right away was that I was really bad at it. No snapshotting, it was a massive damage increase. Well, there you go. That sounds really good. Like, so maybe people want that. I don't need to go this way. I could probably walk out this way. Maybe someday I'll try PvP. Again, if I tried PvP, it would have to be in retail. It's like it's kind of the same thing. For me, like, yeah, I don't know. I guess like classic era classic is probably enough for me. Because at least classic era classic, like, you know you're not going anywhere. You know that there's never going to be new content. You know that there's never going to be new raids. Like, in classic era, you know where you're at. Like, in other versions of the game, like in classic Wrath, like, you're sitting there in classic Wrath and you're just thinking like, okay, am I taking this character into Cataclysm or not? Like, what's going to go on with my character? What's the future for this game? And like, there isn't a future for the game. The game's over. The game's been over. There's no future for it. So yeah, if I PvP'd or did anything like that, it had to be in retail. It'd have to be in an actual living version of the game for me to try to get into it. The only reason you play Wrath is for PvP? Man, that's awesome. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I don't know, like, I disconnected with Wrath so hard. And I have no desire to see anything Cataclysm. It's one of the big reasons why I do try to get back into retail. I do try to engage with a version of the game that has a future. The cool thing about Classic Era is that it has a future in Hardcore, it has a future in like new seasons of Classic Era. But we're never gonna get new seasons of Classic Era for Wrath of the Lich King. You know what I mean? Like, we're never gonna get like a Classic Plus or new seasons for Wrath of the Lich King era. So for me, like, that makes it even more dead game. At least with Classic Era, I know that I can look forward to Hardcore, I can look forward to new seasons sometimes.
Hey, how you doing? Be good.
Inventory is full. It's too bad this merchant can't actually be a vendor and can't actually buy anything from us. That's pretty sad.
What's up? Have a good one.
Alright. That's all done. What else are we looking at here? We got nothing else going on. Have we cleared Duratar besides Lost But Not Forgotten? And this Scorpion Cure over here? Burning Shadows. What about Thrall? Thrall's got hidden enemies we're not going to do yet. Okay. Alright, so what I'm hearing is that we should probably be getting back on the Zep. That's what I'm hearing. Because we don't have a lot else going on here. There we go. Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back over to the Undercity side of things, I think, and we will we'll plan to pick up there. Yeah, they're never gonna make a WoW 2. Like Ascension, is Ascension a private server? they're never gonna do anything that a private server has ever done. So if it's an idea that happened on a private server, Blizzard is absolutely 100% never going to adopt it or do it or look at it. You could basically be guaranteed of that. As for a WoW 2, you're never gonna have a WoW 2 because then what happens to WoW? Do they just slit its throat over a trough and let it bleed out? Like, what do you do? What do you do with the game that like hundreds of thousands of people are still playing? When you talk about coming out with a WoW 2, what happens then? Because the game is never really going to be dead. You know what I mean? I mean, we're playing a version of the game right now that came out in 2004. I think this is proof enough that like WoW is not ever going to be dead. And for it to make sense to have a WoW 2, like WoW would have to be dead. Because otherwise you're spending a massive amount of money to make a brand new thing, and it's not going to get you as much money as you put in because enough people are going to be happy enough playing current WoW and playing Classic. If you think about Classic and what Classic is, and you think about Dragonflight, we're already in WoW 2. When you go from playing Classic era Classic to playing Dragonflight, you are playing a different game. You are playing a different game with different rules and different mechanics, and it has similar bones because it's built off the same engine. Ultimately, it's built off the same engine. So Classic era and Retail, they have similar bones, but they're different games. They're completely different games. They have very little in common except all the proper nouns. You know, the class names, the race names, the spell names, a lot of the proper nouns are the same. But everything about the game, from how it looks, to how you play it, to how it feels, to how you progress, every single thing is different. And so that's new game. That's WoW 2. We're already doing it. Am I trying to go to Stranglethorn? Absolutely not. Am I on the Stranglethorn Zep? Maybe I was on the Stranglethorn Zep. No.
Interesting.
No, we're not going to the jungles. Thank you for that. I saw Zeppelin, I was like, oh, I made the Zeppelin, super happy. Yeah, we didn't make the Zeppelin, it turns out. Yeah, Johnny, I don't disagree with you. I think that if WoW were able to look at some of the things that the private server community does and like buy them from them, like flat out buy their ideas, but they couldn't, you know what I mean? They can't do it because the people who are doing those things, they're breaking the terms of service. They're doing something that's technically illegal. And what corporations really hate to do is they don't want to reward people. They don't want to reward users for doing illegal shit. They don't want to be like, hey, we know you've been doing this private server thing that you're not really allowed to do for a while, but you have some great ideas. We'd like to give you money for them. Like, I think that would make sense. But from like a corporate or a business or like a lawyer's standpoint, you absolutely can't do it. You can't go to people that are breaking the law and be like, we think that you're breaking the law in some interesting ways. We want to give you some money. You let us have that, and then you go away. Like it can't happen. Yeah, that's the thing. There's lots of cool ideas out there they could co-opt and they could buy the ideas, but they're not going to. Yeah, Edward, I'm sure there are. Yep, ultimately, you know, they can do every cool thing they want on a private server, but ultimately it's never going to get co-opted into the main game. I guess like private servers should be happy enough and lucky enough that Blizzard doesn't come around wholesale and shut them all down. That's always really surprised me, is that like they obviously could just shut them down, you know. All it would take would be a letter from their overpowered lawyers. Ian would send them a letter because Ian used to be a lawyer, and they could just get it shut down pretty quickly, but they don't. So it's fine that they let that stuff kind of exist, even though technically it's completely against terms of service and illegal to play on a private server. They don't shut them all down, and that's all you're ever gonna get is you're gonna get them just not coming in and shutting down your game, but they're not gonna be like, oh, these are great ideas, let us put these in our game. And yeah, and when I shoot all these ideas down, I'm not just trying to be like a negative prick, but I'm trying to be realistic and pragmatic about like actual reality. When it comes to stuff like WoW 2, when it comes to stuff like Blizzard using ideas from private servers, like the reality is those things are not ever going to happen. It's just like I'm not like trying to set out to be negative, but the reality is a negative reality. You think a lot of private servers operate from Russia? Fair, yeah. They might. I don't know if they can avoid like actual laws by just existing out of Russia, but maybe that makes it harder for Blizzard to take action. It could be. D-John, you learn axes in Ironforge. There are 2 different weapon trainers in Ironforge. They stand facing each other. So one of them has some weapons, and one of them has the other ones. Don't get. I talked to one. I was like, "Where's the maces? Where's the axes?" It's on the other guy. If you don't see what you want on the one guy, it's trainable from the other guy. Yep, it's Ironforge. David, the undead characters stand the way I stand after a day of yard work. Gotta wear a back brace, man. Yeah, if you end up looking like this at the end of the day, you gotta get a back brace on you, brother. Your spine doesn't like that. Look what happened to their spine. It literally has protruded from their body. You don't want this to happen to you at home. No, it would be bad. Let's go do the vicious night web, spider venom. Also, what's going on over here? Friars. We need friars. And Captain Vacan. Captain Vacan is somewhere. Ah, Captain Vacan is way the hell up here, isn't he? Yeah, Captain Vacan is super, super far from like everything else, I feel like. Alright, well yeah, we'll go take care of this stuff. Edward, tips for good posture. I mean, you have to practice it. What also helps, unfortunately, is muscles help. Like having lower back muscles and having ab muscles, like any of your core muscles, absolutely will always help you have proper posture. If you have a weak lower back and you have a weak core, it's going to be a lot harder for you to force yourself to sit in a good posture. And also, when you're forcing yourself to sit and you don't have the core muscles to back it up, it gets to be almost painful. It can be as painful as having bad posture. So like a lot of people who try to adopt good posture, they look at a way to sit and they make themselves sit that way, but then they realize that there's pain. Like there's still pain, and so they revert back to like however they sat before. And a lot of that just happens when you don't have the core muscles to support it. Sit-ups and deadlifts is what I would recommend. We didn't vendor. Lovely, lovely. Okay, back to bro we go. It's been one of those days. I probably shouldn't be trying to stream more than 4 hours in reality. My brain's not going to get any more functional the longer I sit here. Yeah, and it doesn't have to be heavy stuff either. Like when I say deadlifts, it's like start off by grabbing some 10-pound dumbbells. Look up a forum for some deadlifts and start doing it that way. Just building it up over time. And then obviously like practicing good posture is like, you know, part intent. But a lot of it is just like what your body can do. I hate deadlifts personally. I like them because I know how good they are, but I'm 6'4", so I'm really tall. So for me, deadlifts were always like a struggle. And only in recent years have I gotten to a point where I can do them pretty easily, because I've always kind of hated them. That's like the one exercise like where I just wish I could be a little bit shorter. So it does not help to be very tall when you're trying to have proper form doing a deadlift.
Speak quickly.
I do both, man. Yeah, close legs and far legs. I do different stuff. And I don't do as much as I used to do, to be fair. I don't even go to the gym these days. I work out at home. Every once in a while I'll get the gym bug and I'll go to the gym for 6 months, and then eventually I drop out of it. It's a lot of effort. It's a lot of effort going to the gym. You gotta go to the locker room, you gotta change, then people want to talk to you and ask you stuff, and you gotta like point at your earbuds and try to let them know that you don't want to talk, and they still try to talk to you. It's like a big distractor from like actually just trying to work out. Let's set the Hearthstone here. That'd be good. If we are gonna go back out and do anything else today, I'm gonna need to be able to hearth back here when I'm done.
God all day.
Thomas, good evening, man. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you hanging out. CJ, you'd think that would work. I mean, like, I'm not the friendliest looking guy out in public, and when I'm at the gym, like, my most recent gym, they didn't have a lot of fans even, so I was always super sweaty. And I used to think to myself, like, if I looked at me, there would be no way I would talk to me. Especially looking at me and I got my earbuds in, I'm clearly doing my own, but people are weird, man. There are people who go to the gym partly to work out, but also partly to socialize, I think. And that's never been why I've gone to the gym, but I become aware that there are people who that's just what they do. And you pouring sweat and having a mean look on your face and having your earbuds in, it's not going to stop them from talking to you when they want to be like, hey man, how do you get your shoulders so big? It's not going to stop that guy. Nothing stops that guy. I don't know why. And so like I deal with that guy for a while. But after you go to a gym for like 5, 6, 7 months, you get more of those guys. More people start to think they know you. More people want to talk to you. They want to ask you stuff. And it's like, I'm just here for the workout. So eventually I stop going. I just go back to working out at home when I get sick of it. I'm like super not a very social person out in public, and especially when I'm like trying to get something done. But it's like, but I'm also like, I try to be polite to people, and so ultimately I don't tell people to just leave me alone, because I don't like being super rude without a good reason, and so I fall into the trap of like I answer the question, you know what I mean? I try to give like really glib answers so that they'll leave me alone too, but that doesn't work either. Nothing works. If a dude at a gym wants to talk to you, dude's gonna talk to you no matter what. That's what I've realized. Yeah, they might be there trying to make friends. I don't really understand that kind of behavior because I'm not like that. So when people are there and they're talking to me, I give like very basic answers. Like, how do you do this? And I'm like, I don't know. I've been doing it for 18 years. I don't know how I did it. I just did it for 18 years and now I look like how I look. I don't know what else to say. But they'll ask you like specific questions. You know, the crafty ones ask like like how much protein per day do you need? They ask you like these very specific questions. And then yeah, so to not be rude, you end up like answering some of them. And when you do that, it like encourages people to talk to you more. It's like I just fall into that trap. I mean, I go to Planet Fitness, so it's already really cheap. Yeah, it's like 20 bucks a month. You don't get a lot by going there. It's not like the best equipment, but it was enough that at my age, it was enough to do like heavy deadlifts. It's enough to do heavy squats. So like whenever I get the bug to lift a little heavier, then I'll go there for like half a year. But yeah, yeah, the last time I paid for like a real gym membership was when I lived in downtown Kansas City, and there was a really awesome gym right next to my office. So I'd hop over there on lunch break, and they were pretty expensive, but they had a lot of actual good free weight equipment. I feel like some of these guys must have a heal, right? Who has a heal here? I hope they all don't have heals. If they all have heals, we might be in trouble. Well, this is iffy. So they're healing. Yeah, they are healing because yeah, somebody did a heal. That's all. We don't know who. We don't know why. Somebody healed. Okay. Let's grab this one. I'm gonna try to watch for the heal here. Maybe we just burn her really quick. Alright, let's mana up. I'm getting really like just like into the flow of combat, and everything feels super easy, and I know that's gonna come bite me in the ass. The pet is almost like a crutch. And it's like you come to rely on the pet feels so strong, it feels so strong, but I know that eventually I'm going to get into a situation where the pet is not going to save me. This might be it right here. Like, what am I going to do here? This is Captain somebody. Who the hell is this? Where is Captain Vakan? Where am I? Why am I here? Captain Vakan might be somewhere else. Oh my gosh. I have no idea where he is. For some reason, I just kind of thought he was up here. But now it turns out that I don't know where he's at. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this one. I need the Voidwalker on that one ASAP. Not the greatest thing, but we're gonna live, it turns out. The add-on for the map is Leatrix Maps. Leatrix Maps. So this is not even the guy that I need, and so that leaves me like just not even knowing where the guy is that I actually need for the quest. I thought he was here. I don't really know why I thought that. It turns out that maybe he's not here. He's more south by the spiders. Oh my gosh. I definitely would not have fought my way up here if I had any awareness of that whatsoever. There was a chest in there. It better have a green in it, Tactical. If I go back for it, it better have a green. What's this ramp back here? Where's that going? Oh, it doesn't really go anywhere. Okay. Not... Oh, shit. let's not be in there as they respawn, okay? Chest. I didn't see a chest. Oh, God, they're everywhere. Well, that looked like it was doable, but I don't really think that it is. No. No, I'm good. I'm good just to get out of here before we get killed. My only other thought is that he's in this tower down here. That's like the only other thought that I have. Is that maybe he's just in this other tower. I don't know at this point. Now I know where to go for the follow-up quest. Oh, joy. We get to come back here and do that pull again. That just makes me feel just warm and gooey inside. Tactical, I guess it might be the follow-up to the one we're doing now, I guess. Yeah, I don't remember that. By looking at that guy by his name, I don't recognize his name at all. But yeah, maybe we get sent back out here after this one if we figure it out. I guess I kind of want to maybe come down this way. Maybe I can find a way up in the hills here. Looting a wand would be great. If I looted a wand right now, I'd be ecstatic. Yeah, absolutely. We haven't had any luck with that so far. Pretty soon we'll be level 15. I'll just have to go buy one off the vendor, which is going to cost us a shit ton of silver. $88 silver is too much silver, yeah. We'll just wait. I don't really care. We'll wait until we get the one from the quest in Silverpine. It ultimately doesn't really matter to me too much. Well, that was a fun pull though, wasn't it? It only looked easy virtual because I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah. I don't know why that worked or why we're even alive. I kept hearing them die, so I was like, well, maybe I'll slow down. Oh, look, they're dying. Yeah. It did work out. That's kind of how I'm running this one. Like, let's just see if it works out. Here we go, Captain Vakan. Let's kill your little underling first. Doesn't look like it tactical. I don't see one. Yep, not back here. All right, well, let's go do the spider venom, I guess. This one has a shitty drop rate, doesn't it? It says we need 4 of them. The only time Classic ever tells you you need 3 or 4 of an item is when it has a really, really bad drop rate. Alex, 35 silver is not bad. Cleft of Shadows. Yep, that's probably what we do then. I like the shadow damage. That could be good. You think Rage Fire, Steven, for a wand? Yeah, we will do Rage Fire. Once we're level 15 or 16, we'll look for a group. So probably next time. Yeah, I think probably not today. But next time we play, we'll probably get to a point where we'll be ready for Rage Fire. Absolutely. Yep, we are going to do the dungeons. We're going to do them all. We're going to do them all once, as many as we can. And we're going to see what we get. I feel like it's one of those times we talked about where like the Voidwalker has no HP left, and it's probably going to be better just to summon a new one out. Alright, I feel like it is a good time to hearth back. You know what yeah, I wanna hit 14. Do you think we'll hit 14 by turning stuff in? We should hit 14 by turning stuff in, right? I would like to hit level 14. Kinda would like to do that.
I'm listening. Trust no one.
I am forsaken. Our time will come. Speak quickly. Trust no one.
I am forsaken.
Tactical, I'm gonna save the profession stuff for the start of the next stream. Yeah, I'm trying to start the streams every day by working on professions and fishing and stuff a little bit, so I'm gonna save it. Let's see.
This had better be good.
Curse of Weakness, I don't care. Corruption 2, absolutely. Curse of Recklessness. Curses the target with Recklessness, increasing melee attack power by 20, but reducing armor. Okay, no. No thank you. And Drain Life. Okay, there we go. Now we're about to get like super fun. Many crazy fun times. We will be draining our health all the way down for mana, and then we'll be filling it back up with Drain Life. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to that a lot. Yeah, that's gonna be nice. Okay, and then Corruption rank 2 needs to come out. And besides that, I think that we are good. You know what I haven't been doing? I haven't been making any health stones for myself. Like, how bad is that? We need to. Oh yeah, I need shards for that, right? All right, so yeah, that's good. Let's take a look at our talents here. We're just gonna put the last point here. And so the only stuff we really have left is going to be this guy. Here's the guy, Captain Melrache. We have to go kill him again. That's going to be a fun pull again. And then we have stuff over here at the Agamon Mills. But guys, we are going to tackle that stuff next time. I am going to stop here for today. We will be doing more Warlock tomorrow as well. I need to let the Paladin get as much rested XP as he can, so we'll probably be on the Warlock for a few days here. And we'll just kind of go from there. I really appreciate you guys being here for the Warlock. Thank you all so much, and as always, take care of yourselves out there, and take care of each other. And we'll see you back here again very soon. Bye.